interpret it and let people filter in. I did post the stream details on the Vintage Story Discord mod development channel just in case. Because I mean, I'm assuming there are people out there that have questions on modding. Now, I don't claim to know everything. Trust me, I don't claim to know everything. I'm one of many modders, and there are modders that have gone way deeper into one element or another element or one part of the code or another part of the code. But as a generalist, I know quite a bit about modding, right? If you want like really nitty-gritty details on, you know, certain aspects of modding, I know the Visecraft machines and his Rustbound Magic mods. That person, even though they're not really active in the Discord, those mods are insane. Like, holy cow. You have to be really damn good at knowing what you're doing to be able to make those mods. So for me, it's just like, while I want to get there eventually, because like the Rustbound Magic was just like full of particle effects and just full of just pretty things. And pretty things is not what I'm good at, unfortunately. Working back-end code has always been my forte. It's always been what I'm interested in, is looking at behind the scenes code, seeing how everything gets put together. I've been modding games for 30 years, and it still is what fascinates me, and how these companies build these games. I've seen games with backends that make you scratch your head and are just like, how is this better? One example of that would be, I played a restaurant simulation game a while back, Recipe for Disaster, I think it was. And Recipe for Disaster was the second game that they built, this developer, and it was a really small team. I think one guy was the programmer, like really tiny. So Recipe for Disaster was the second game. The first game was the logistics game that I played a couple times, and the name is escaping me now. What the heck name of that game? I don't even know what the start is. It's not Factory Town. It was, oh my goodness. That's going to bother me.
What kind of stuff was in it?
It was like a you had crafting chains, so you had like water to a farm to a manufacturer, and manufacturer to a city, right? Little buildings in a city. And it was all done via trucks and via like logistics. And I remember I played it twice because he came out with an expansion pack. And so I played it again with the expansion pack. And God, I can't think of what the heck it was called.
Yeah, I remember there's a few games like that. And I think I know what one you're talking about, but I can't think of it either.
Yeah, I've played a lot of games that are pretty much in that lane. So it's like, it's not Infraspace. It's definitely not that. It's older. It has like a 3-part name. Oh my god.
Yeah, in the vein of those, like Transport Fever or something like that. And I know that's not the one, just...
Oh my god. This is gonna bother. I have to find it. My brain is like, there's Recipe for Disaster, right? And so this is done by Dapper Penguin Studios. Rise of Industry. Rise of Industry. That's what it was. And then the expansion pack 2130. Yes, Rise of Industry. I told you it was a 3-part name. And yeah, it's, top-down sort of isometric factory game. Okay. That mystery has been solved. But the back end, I remember I looked at Recipe for Disaster to possibly mod it. And that the back end was built in a way that I had never seen before. Everything was abstracted. It was nearly impossible to figure out how the game went together because all of the objects were just, it was like he built it to be the absolute most generic game engine in the back end. So everything was very generic in the back end. Like you couldn't find how does the price for this meal, where does that price get set? If you wanted to mod, say, the prices for meals, where does that get set? There was a nightmare of objects in the back end, and there was not one single variable that you could point to that would be like, this is where that price is set. There was nothing like that. And then you have Vintage Story. And Vintage Story, the modding API for Vintage Story, the best I've ever seen. And I've been doing this for 30 years. Like this modding API is crazy. It's even better than Factorio's. And Factorio is another one of the games that's built on its API. Basically, you could take Factorio and convert it into a completely different game using the engine and just change the front end API, which is when you play Factorio, the primary game is a mod. But in Factorio's case, you're locked into the type of game, right? You top down, no rotation. Like that's the engine that you're limited. You don't have any such limitations with Vintage Story. You have a 3D engine. You can literally make whatever you want. So as far as, and it's a lot easier to program for. Factorio is based on Lua, and Lua is not a strongly typed foundation to build on, right? It's just not. It's hard to code for. Versatile and flexible, sure, but when you can declare a variable, and that variable can be a number, a string, a function, an entire table, or a segment of your code. Like, how do you track all that in your mind, and how do you program for that? I don't know. But Vintage Story is the best. So I think I've vamped enough that, we can start. Anyway, I'm going to make sure to keep an eye on chat if you guys have any questions. And it doesn't even have to involve the mod that I'm working on. If you have a generic question on modding in general, I mean, I've got all of the assets loaded here. It's a lot easier to answer questions visually when it comes to modding than it is to just type out like, oh, hey, I'm having a problem with XYZ. How do you fix that? It's a lot harder to just be like, well, do better. Like it's really hard. So visually, it's a lot easier to point out exactly what is going on. So yeah, I started this on Monday, implementing the mixer, and the mixer is like a giant blender. I mocked up the GUI for it, and I've got that right here. Here is the GUI for the mixer. Now, this black thing up here, this black bar, it won't be black. I decided to not do that and just have the text as output. So the mixer is a doozy. This thing is a crazy machine. Because right now, the only thing that you can really craft with fluids is the barrel in the vanilla game. And the barrel has a limit of one fluid type and one item type. That's it. And while functional for the base game, I wanted to expand upon that. So the mixer is going to be able to support barrel recipes, right? Because it's going to be able to cover those bases. And it's going to convert the seal hours into power used, right? So you still need power depending on how many seal hours a craft has. But it's going to be able to do it faster for sure. You know, and the number of seal hours, you can the multiplier is going to be in JSON. You'll be able to edit that at your leisure. But the big thing about this is the custom recipe. So last week we tackled the CNC machine. And the CNC machine is essentially the clay former or a single type autocrafter eventually. That feature still hasn't been implemented. So the CNC does not have its own recipe set, whereas the mixer will. It's yet another recipe that we're adding to the game and using my recipe system. And it's going to be a doozy of a recipe. And I've already got the tentative recipe stuff in already. So by this GUI mockup, you can see we have 4 item inputs, 2 fluid tank inputs. That's those big tall bars. I took those from the barrel right here. So this is the barrel UI, and I just sort of like, oh, let's just chunk this out, and then boom, you get this mockup. So these are going to be inputs, and then output, you're going to have an item output and a fluid output possibility. Now, there was some discussion yesterday as I was working on this on whether or not to do the barrel thing. So the barrel, this fluid tank, let's call it a tank. It's just an item slot that's fluid. It's liquid only item slot. So this thing here is both input and output, right? So let's say you put water in there, then you put quicklime in the item, and boom, it turns it into lime water, whatever it is, brine water, whatever it is. And then you can do something else, and it turns into something else, and then you can just keep modifying the fluid that's in there. Now, there are positive benefits to that. There are, you can just keep transposing it and keep adding ingredients and keep changing it, and it will update itself. But there are no really long fluid crafting chains in the game. I would say cheese is probably the longest, because you and Oz could verify this, but the chain to get to cheese includes pickled vegetables. So you could start with water, and then add to water whatever you need to pickle vegetables, and then you pickle the vegetables, and those pickled vegetables then go into milk, I think. And then the milk gets curdled to cottage cheese, and the cottage cheese, then you take that out, and then you're good to go, because then you squeeze it and good to go. But what I did, the general gist of all of my machines, and this is my GUI mockup, so all of my GUIs are all mocked up in here. But the general gist of this is to keep it like all of my other machines, where you have your separate input and outputs, which allows for a lot cleaner crafting process, where let's say you put water in one of these tanks, right? And then you put your lime or your quicklime in here, and it crafts that into the lime water, which then goes out to here, right? Granted, it's just a single basin, right? It doesn't make logical sense that there would be a separate fluid divider inside, right? But when it comes to being able to automate these things, ensuring that you have separate output is very, very, very helpful, because I can now specify, hey, if there are chutes pushing into this inventory, they have access to these. If there's a chute pulling out of the inventory, they have access to this one. That's keeping those separated. That's how that works. With the fluid, when I get there, when I get to pumps and moving fluids around, when I connect a pump to this thing, or not even a pump, if I connect a pipe that's extracting, let's say, it needs to know which tank to look at to pump out of and into. And keeping them separate just allows that so much cleaner. So it basically forces you, if you have a chain of crafts you want to do, it basically forces you to have multiple machines of the same type. There's one machine of this type, one machine of that type, and you go from one mixer to another mixer to another mixer to, say, whatever, right? Something else. And so you have this cascading factory style look of everything. And I think I want to encourage that more than the nightmare of code that it would take to turn whatever you craft in here back into itself. Because that would force you, the other thing about this is it forces you to put in ingredients matching the amount of fluid you have. So a recipe can be like one lime per liter of water, right? 1 lime per liter. Well, if you have 50 liters in here, that means you need 50 lime before it ever does anything, because it needs to match. It absolutely needs to match. The ratio has to be perfect. Whereas if it's not the same tank, then as you add lime to, let's say there's 50 water in here, as you add lime, it's going to start filling this output tank with the input tank. It's going to be crafting this up and then putting it out over here. So it allows for like continuous crafting where you're not forced to use the exact amount of ingredients. And I think that plays a lot better for automation, which is what this is for. If you want to do it manually, use the barrel. And then the second fluid obviously is another wrench in the gearbox, right? It's just like, how do you manage this? So I've already got, let me move this out of the way because that's taking up a whole lot of memory. So let's close that. I've already got the recipe. I mean, it's as close to finish as that I can make it. Recipe mixer. So we have the ingredients, we have the outputs, and I'm using barrel stuff, right? Barrel recipe ingredient. I'm not using my own thing. Barrel output stacks here. So there's going to be no variable output support with this. At least not until I get it working. Because once I get something working, then I can look at, improving it, right? Getting it working is the first step. And trust me, it's the hardest. But we have the barrel recipe ingredients because the barrel recipe ingredient supports the liters tag. So if you have liters in there, that's what that supports. That's why I'm using that and not my own rolled, I think the other ones I use just crafting recipe ingredient. CNC was not the right one to do. That's actually what I'm going to be deleting. Oh yeah, crafting recipe ingredient. That's just a generic one. My VE variable output is my custom output that we can't use here because we're using barrel output stack, which also I think supports leaders. Okay. But yeah, this in general, I went through this on Monday and really tried to mirror the barrel recipe. So the barrel recipe has some really unique things that it does, because when you pass it the list of ingredients, it has to sort out which is which, what goes where, what the ratios are. You know, there's a lot of logic behind the scenes, and the pair input here is what that does. And so I had to go through and make sure that all of my inputs were getting paired up. And this, what's beautiful about this setup is it automatically supported multiple ingredients, right? So you're pairing item slot with ingredients, and you're passing in all the input stacks, all the input slots, and then this thing pairs them all up. And then once it finds, and remember, we're in a recipe, so it's comparing all the stuff that we pass in to the recipe. And if it finds a match of all of the little, like, this matches with this, matches with this, matches with this, and if everything matches up, right, then it passes that match back to this, and then we get the stack size multiplier. And this is changed. If you look at the barrel recipe, this is different because the vanilla barrel recipe only ever supports one output. That's it. And I'm supporting up to 2 outputs. So I had to change this around a little bit. And instead of passing the stack size, I output the multiplier. And the multiplier is, let's say you have a recipe that requires 2 input and 2 fluid, but you have 50 in there, right? If there's 50 in there and each recipe requires 2, that's a multiplier of 25. So what it passes back is, oh, this is 25 times this recipe. And that's where you get those changes. So anyway, there's probably some little bugs here and there that I'm going to have to deal with eventually, but it is what it is. Right now, and I even did the GUI. So the tentative GUI is up. There are some to-dos, mainly the drawing of the tank. All those tanks. So I've got 3, tank 1, tank 2, and output tank. Each one of those calls the same function because it's essentially drawing the same thing, just with different bounds and stuff. And the slot number is the slot in the inventory. And I've got the inventory done too. That was really easy. Inventory mixer here. So basically, it's just making sure, is it a fluid? If it's a fluid, check these slot IDs. If it's not a fluid, check these slot IDs. Because the can contain is that's kind of your last line of defense on whether or not a slot can contain something. And then the rest of it is just kind of cookie cutter. You just got to make sure your slots are done right. So I generate empty slots, and then I override some slots. So the first 4 get overridden to item slot barrel input, and then these 3 obviously are liquid only, right? So I have to make sure that the slots are generated properly. And then the get auto push into slot. This is only ever called by the chute, right? I won't be using these for like fluid pipes pushing or pulling from fluid pipes. So the chute is where that comes from. And let's see. Yeah. So auto push into slot. I just iterate through all of the slots to see first, is it empty? Then return it. If the item in it matches what I'm trying to put in from slot, push that. Otherwise, don't push anything because there's no room, right? So, and then auto pull from slot is only that one output slot. So that's really easy. And that's the inventory. The GUI, still have this to finish. The base game code, actually, I'm hoping I can use pretty much all the base game code stuff for that, because when it comes to rendering stuff, I am at I that's where that's my line in the sand, basically. I can't, my brain has just kind of shuts down when it runs into that. I'm slowly getting used to it, slowly understanding. The more code I sort of brute force my way through, the more I'm understanding it. And then these three tags here, get desired temperature, set temperature, and get temperature. One of the features of the mixer that I'm planning on is from this, which is an interface that I built called iHeatable. And iHeatable is for things that are heatable, right? And this is a block entity that is heatable. And these are the three things that it does. Get desired temperature, which reports, hey, is there a temperature that I need to be at? Set temperature just flat out sets the temperature. And then get temperature returns the temperature. So I can use set and get combined to do the loop, right, of a heater. So the heater is going to be the electric kiln, because you're going to be able to build the mixer on top of the kiln, not the kiln, forge, on top of the forge. And the forge will then look to see, oh, this is an iHeatable, I want to start heating it, right? So there's a lot of code that I still have to do with the forge, but this is the baseline. So you can have my custom recipes for the mixer are going to allow you to put in a temperature setting. And the forge will basically heat the basin up to that temperature in order for the craft to commence. It's going to be a lot of power. So you're going to want a pretty beefy power system to power all this, which won't come until MV tier, when I get mechanical power fleshed out. Okay, so yeah, as you can see with the red on my scroll bar here, there's still a lot of errors. Because last night is when I basically started this process, and I started going through, and I'm like, all right, this and this and this and that, and there's a lot of little details that I try to do. So anyway, it is just kind of working my way down the file and figuring out solving the issues. Has room in output. All right. So output, this should be really easy because there's only one output slot. But there's a fluid output, so I got to check that. So, I don't delete all of that stuff. Input slot ID. Okay. If slot ID equals 0 and 4 stack equals null, so I want to keep that. Because that is a special case that I started using that just checks all of the outputs. If slot ID equals 0 and 4 stack equals null. If that is true, then I don't care. I'm not going to compare anything directly. I'm just going to see, is there even room in the output? So let's see. If inventory of 6.empty and inventory of 7.empty return true. 6 and 7 are my outputs. 6 is the item, 7 is the fluid. So if both of those are empty, then return true. That's an easy out. So let's see. Int item out equals inventory of 6 dot get remaining slot space. Yes. Get remaining slot space for item stack or stack. If for stack dot collectible dot is liquid, not is missing. Actually, no, I can't do that. Because for stack is going to be equal to null. Okay, well, I'm glad I caught that. Int item out if not inventory of 6 dot empty. Item out equals, so we know it's not empty, but stack size okay, so this looks at the max stack size of what's in there, subtracts how much is in there, stack size, right? That gives me how many items. Item out basically is like what's the capacity left. If not inventory 7 dot empty else, so this else, so item out equals, let's just arbitrarily put a 64 in there, right? Because that means this will only fire if both of them are empty. This will fire if just this one is empty, right? So if one of these is not empty, then I have to go down here and do this. So if the item output is empty, let's just output 64. What it is, what it is. It doesn't matter. The fact that there's space in there is what's important. It just can't be 0 because it's got space in it, right? It's empty. So the item out inventory has space in it. That's what I mean. Otherwise, give me how much space is in there. Now, the same sort of thing here is int fluid out equals 0. And then this else fluid out equals 50. So then we do fluid out equals. We do basically the same thing. Item stack dot collectible dot I think man, let's try to think. I'm gonna try to do better programming this time. Boy, I was really surprised. And hey, Top Brass, how's it going? Just doing some programming. I was really surprised last week on how much streaming affected my thought process and problem solving. The fact that it took 5 hours to do that machine last Wednesday was crazy to me, because it usually takes me about an hour and a half to do these. This one is going to be a little bit more in depth because it deals with fluids, and I've never dealt with fluids before. But the inventory of 7, I know, is a fluid thingy. So I'm going to add a bookmark to here. We're going to look at DNSpy. DNSpy, I would tell you, is by far my most used tool for modding Vintage Story. This thing is a lifesaver of finding how to do things, how everything works. So liquid only is a item slot that we're using. Let's see this capacity liters. Right. So this is a special thing. Item slot liquid only. Now, how is the Rain World? Yeah. Oh, I've used DN almost every type of modding. I've used DNSpy. The only thing it doesn't work for is Unreal games. Unreal Engine. Obviously, only .NET stuff. So any Unity game that I've modded, I've used DNSpy. It's such a lifesaver. Oh. Because you can actually debug in DNSpy. Yeah, I don't know how many people knew that, but you can actually debug DLLs in DNSpy. It's insane. So can take from, activate slot. Yeah, there's a lot of shenanigans that happen. So the only real thing that liquid only does is add this capacity liters. And then can take from grabs the containable props of the item slot, source slot. Get mergeable quantity. Activate slot. Source slot. Pretty basic stuff. I don't see really any issues there. But capacity liters. Well, I'll have to look at, instead of doing this, I need to do .capacity Why is this not? Item slot liquid only. Capacity liters. What? Float to int. Capacity liters is a float. Okay. Inventory 7. I'm hoping that inventory 7 should be an item slot liquid only. I set that up above where I showed before. When I create the inventory, I create it in terms of this. Now I'm hoping, because they're all derived from item slot, that it's going to be fine. I just have to cast it to be the same. You can even do, instead of doing it this way, you can do it like this. That's another way to cast it. Inventory as item slot capacity liters. So capacity liters, if I do an analyze on this, so block entity barrel obviously will set the capacity liters, and here he does as item slot liquid only. And then we have used by. Let's see if there's anything. Item slot barrel input. Wow. Liquid slot. Every once in a while, this is one of the reasons I like going, like drilling down into all these, because every once in a while you find a spot in the vanilla code that doesn't quite use the right thing, that uses something from the, like, it's almost like it's hard coded. There's little bits that you find in there that are kind of hard coded, and you're just like, it's going to be a rough thing to get around. So yeah, it's always a good idea to kind of see how these things are used. But liquid slot capacity liters, stack size. Okay, so items per liter. So the stack size divided by items per liter. Okay, so when you look at, let me pull this up here. Like brine portion. So how I'm reading this is, got a cat hair in my mouth. Ugh. She's sleeping on the couch. The game, if you're holding a brine portion, let's say you're holding a liter. What you're actually holding is 100 times a liter. That's what you're actually holding. Because the portion, there's 100 items per liter in that. So like a bucket holds 10 liters, if I remember right.
Yes.
Well, if you're holding 10 liters, then this is water. Well, let's go to here. Block types. No. I don't want the block type. I want the item. Liquid. What? No. Where's water? There it is. Water portion. So where's water portion? There it is. Again, so a bucket, if you were to debug this, my hypothesis, if the bucket is holding 10 liters of water, that is actually multiplied by 100 for water portion. Right? So you're actually holding 10,000 water portions, which then gets divided by 100, and then the UI reports 10 liters. Like, why would he not make the water portion a milliliter? Why would he make it 100 rather than 1,000? That doesn't make sense to me. It would make way more sense for the water portion, for the smallest unit of liquid, to be a milliliter. What is a hundredth? A deciliter? A deciliter or deciliter? It's one of those two. Deciliter might be 0.1.
I think deci, yeah.
Deciliter.
Yep.
I don't know. Deciliter sounds better because it's like decade, like a 10. Anyway,
yep, but dec is 10 of, not 0.10.
Okay. Oh, yes. So, deciliter doesn't make any sense to me. Why it would be a hundredth of a liter, not 1,000th? Because milliliter... Maybe he was just trying to avoid completely the millibucket sort of process.
That would make sense.
The Minecraft millibucket, he was making sure that water, like liquid portions, were not milliliter, millibucket. So buckets hold 10, and each liter of that is 100, and so yeah. Oh my god. So
there's a lot of those instances where it seems like he's intentionally avoiding Minecraft references.
Yeah. So in our code, deca is times 10. Okay, yeah. Deci is divided by 10. Same as milli. Okay.
Yeah, times 10. That's a better way of explaining it. My brain glitched out.
So the stack size, I have to snap. L props, no game, watertight. Is it watertight containable props? Yes. Okay. I'm going to be pushing this off onto a different screen. Just know that it's there. And that's what I'm looking at. Watertight containable props, W props equals block liquid container base dot get containable props 4 stack. Not 4 stack. 4 stack is null. Inventory of 7 dot item stack. That's the only thing we know in here that is not null. Because this is the check. We look at that already. This is null because this is making sure it is. So we're getting the watertight containable props for this. And the block liquid container base, this containable props is a static member of that. So it can be called anywhere. Literally anywhere. So yeah, that's why I don't know why he has it in this, and it really, really, really should be moved into its own base helper class, which the game has plenty. But anyway, I'm not going to split those hairs right now. Okay. So I'm not trying to move leaders right now. I'm just trying to see watertight containable props. We have items per liter. When spilled, when filled, I don't care about that. Max stack size, I don't care about that. Interesting. Allow spill. So items per liter is really what we're after here. Because we're comparing liters, right? Capacity liters of the slot. We need to know how many liters we have. The stack size is how many portions we have, not liters. So we need to then take this divided by wprops dot items per liter, like that. Right? So stack size divided by items per liter, which would be like 20,000 divided by 100. And that would give us 20-ish, 200. So it would be 2,000 divided. No? 2,000 divided by 100 would be that would be 20. My brain is just... Okay. So get containable prompts. Watertight containable prompts it's a try catch. So yeah, it just pulls the item attributes for watertight container props, and it then converts that into an object and then spits out the result. But it does spit out null if it doesn't work. So if wprops equals null, then something bad happened. Fluid out equals 0. Basically, like this is kind of the sanity check. Whatever is in there is not a liquid. So obviously it's full because something is in there. I know it's not empty. Something is in there, but it's not a fluid. So that's a sanity check. That's bad. There's obviously no space in there because you can't. If there's something in it and it's not a fluid, then we need to remove it.
And you got some comments in chat there.
Yeah, I've been seeing those pop up. Okay. Inventory class. In the inventory class, there are like many of the things. You could be talking about any one of a dozen different classes. Inventory class. Inventory base. I mean, item slot. The item slot liquid only would be the logical place for that static call, right? Because if you're using that, you're already accessing capacity liters. So that, for me, that's where that static should go, is the item slot liquid only. Because you're getting the props, right? You're getting the props of the item. To me, that's where that should go. But that's just me. Okay, so this return item out greater than 0 and fluid out greater than 0, right? So all this check is doing is saying, hey, is there space in output? If there is, items out and fluid out greater than 0. They both have to be. If there's anything in either one of them, it's going to return false, right? It's going to return false. And the reason why this is important is this dictates when the machine actually stops crafting. So it's important to get this segment right, because this check is run when the machine is wanting to craft, and it will stop crafting if there's no room in the output. So if either one of those banks, if the item out or the fluid out has no room in it, then the machine will stop on its own. Otherwise, right? Otherwise, we have to actually check the slot ID. So, else means the slot ID and 4-stack. Well, I mean, either one of these could be false. I think I set up here output slots ID or slot ID 6 and item or item 7 for fluid. Pass ID equals 0 and 4-stack equals null to check both outputs. I try to do as many comments as I possibly can in my code, so that way people can come by and look at it and go, oh, I know what that does now. I mean, you would just see all of my objects in here are massively commented. And it helps me, for sure, going back and looking at code and figuring out what's going on. But also, once I get further along here, I could generate, with all of these things, I can generate like a wiki help system that will outline all of this stuff. Okay, so now we need to check if slot ID is less than 6, or slot ID is greater than 7. Return false. Not an output slot. Right? Slot ID 6 and 7 are the only ones we care about. And the reason I changed this, I was going back and forth. If you look at all my block entities, I've been rewriting this. Almost every single one of them is a little bit different. Because I've been trying to settle on a good way of doing this that works. So if slot ID less than 6 or greater than 7. So 6 and 7 are all that I want to care about. If 4-stack equals null, return false.
Brass, that seems more like a difference in languages, K versus C.
Say who what?
Oh, Top Brass made a comment correcting himself from before.
Deca. Well, Deca is DECA.
Yep, he's referencing something specific, metric naming, probably founded on a specific website.
Oh.
But yeah, I think the more accepted one is DECA, not DEKA. But that could be all old info too, for all I know.
Yeah, I mean, it could be subtle different languages, I guess, too.
Yeah.
Okay, so if 4-stack equals null, return false. So need to compare for an actual item. So these are sanity checks. I call them I don't know what other programmers call them, but I just make sure there are sanity checks everywhere, just to make sure that I don't run into a situation where I'm trying to compare a 4-stack that's null and it just bombs out. No reference. Just bad things happen when you start comparing null references. Okay, so what I need to look at here is if inventory of slot ID dot empty return true. Slot is empty. Good to go. Else. So if the slot is not empty, then we need to compare this again. And I know it kind of repeats, but now we know that there's a 4 stack in there. So we can go inventory of slot ID dot get remaining slot space 4 stack greater than 0. Right? Really easy. Amount of space left independent of max stack size. So the get remaining slot space is just like, hey, how much space do I have left in that slot? And if it's greater than 0, go for it. Now, how does this handle the liquid only slots? I don't think the item slot liquid only does not override it, so it doesn't override the get remaining slot space. So if we look at item slot, well, what happens? Capacity leaders. Okay. By default, here I'll show this. The max slot stack size, 999,999. You can change this, right? You can set your own, and there's no sanity checks on this. So you could set it to max int if you wanted to, which is like 2 billion. So you can have a slot that's like 2 billion just in the one slot. Crazy, I know. And when I saw this, I was like, oh, this would be a good thing to use for that Better Crates mod, right? Because when I talked to the Better Crates mod guy, back when I did the diamond upgrade for the Better Crates mod, which was my attempt to learn how to mod a mod. It's essentially modding a mod. He actually had to go in and code it to support it because he had all of the upgrades for the mod hard coded. So I worked with him a little bit on allowing for other mods to come in and add to the upgrades, which is a pretty simple process and it works. But in my talking with him, he made it sound, and he may have changed this since then. I don't know. I haven't looked at the code for that mod in a while. But the way that he made it sound is the internal inventory of those crates actually has item slots for all of the stacks that you put in. So let's say a max upgraded crate holds 50,000 of something. Well, you divide that into stacks of, say, 64, and that's how many item slots that he has in there. So one of those blocks consumes a vast amount of memory because of that, because you're literally saving an inventory. Imagine opening a chest, and there are literally thousands of item slot things in there, right? That's essentially what he's doing. And so when I saw this, and I was like, max stack size, you can override that. It has nothing to do with the items that you're putting in. If you're able to change that and override the stack size of the item, let's say you're stone or sticks or clay or peat or whatever that stack size is, if you're able to, in the slot, do an override of that, then you could set it to whatever limit the crate has, and it's easily supplementable. So you could increase it as you add upgrades to it. So I don't know. I haven't looked at his code. I don't know what he does, if he's optimized it, but that is definitely the first place that I would go to make that mod like really, really, really optimized. and take as little space as possible. Because it's an item and a number. That's all you need to store with those crates. This is Pete, and we are storing 5,000, right? That's really easy math. And then when you go up to it and you interact with it, you can grab the stack size of the item. And so when you shift click it, it will just work in the stack size of the item, not the stack size of the crate. That's my 2 cents. That's how I would do it. But again, I'd have to download the latest version and open it up in DNSpy to see how that works. But this get remaining slot space in the item slot, get remaining slot space. Does math.max, well, here's a really simple one. Math.max of 0 and then max slot stack size, as we all know, defaults to 1,000,000 minus stack size. This dot stack size. This dot stack size. Okay.
Sorry if I'm taking you off task at all, but getting a lot of comments from Severed Skull.
Okay. Item stack is not equal. No. Item stack. Okay. So the stack size is not the stack size of the slot. It's the stack size of what's in slot. Okay. Interesting. Okay, let's look. Stack size. Using max stack size would assume all the properties are the same. But with the Better Crates mod, you can't put food in there anyway. Nothing, from what I understand, you cannot put anything that spoils in a crate. Already. I think he blocks that altogether. You can put things that don't stack, so like I know Oz had a couple crates that had Crocs for meals. Crocs don't stack, but you can still put them in there. They're just one.
They don't have anything in them.
Right. You can obviously if they're spoiling, you can't do it. But an empty Croc has no real attributes that are spoiling, and they don't stack, and you can still put them in there. But yeah, I guess you would have to have a little bit of code in there. Again, all you need to do when you interact with it is increase, like if you're trying to, let's say you're trying to put Crocs into the crate, and then the crate holds, let's say 128, right? It's 128 stacks. Because you could math that out, right? It would be easy to math that out. But because it would depend on the item that's in it and the stack size of the item. So like I know in my mod, certain items have a stack size of 400, right? And so as soon as you put something into the crate would look at it and go, okay, the stack size of the item is X. The tier of the crate is Y. The math on the tier is it holds X, it holds Z amount of stacks. So you just multiply stack size times the tier, and you get the max stack size of the slot. And then interaction, it would decrement or increment the stack size in the slot. Right? You're not physically removing a stack from A to B, you're just changing a number. That's all the game is you're just changing numbers around. And you would just, if somebody's interacting with a single click, then you remove one and you place one in the player's inventory. If they shift click, you try to do a full stack with the stack size being derived from the item it's already holding. So I think it would still work. It just, you would have to do a little bit of logic behind the scenes. But the logic he's got going already is still pretty insane, because he's got to make sure the item slots inside the machine are containing the full slots. You don't have any partially filled slots. So there's already a little bit of shenanigans going on behind the scenes. I think it would just be way easier and easier on your save game if you just had one slot that had a dynamic amount of stack size, right? Like, what is the stack size of the slot? And it just ignores the stack size of the item that you're putting in there. I think it would still work. And I think you would still prevent, if something has spoil props or whatever, however that works, if something is spoilable or transposable, right? If something has properties that change it from one thing into another, like, let's say like a Minecraft copper block eventually tarnishes, right? There's nothing like that in Vintage yet, which is surprising. But like, if you had something like that, you couldn't put that in there either, because it would basically lock it away. Well, of course, there's no end all be all, like, but there's. I think the way that I've pointed out is far superior than having a block with several hundred or even 1,000 item slots in it, and trying to manage the data. Because imagine the data tree, right? Everything is in JSON in the game. When you save your game, it's converting everything into a JSON tree. Everything in the game gets converted into a JSON tree, even inventories. And so when that thing calls when every one of those crates, when the game saves the chunk, it's calling the two tree attributes. And if we go down here, you can see two tree attributes. This is what's called when you save the game, when the game saves the chunk, and it also gets called when it syncs with the client, right? It's the same function. The server does two tree attributes. The server then sends the client the tree attributes, and the client unpacks it. That's all client-server stuff, and it's used in save games. And here it is, inventoried at two tree attributes. So you can imagine that I thought I heard a knock on the door, and it derailed my train of thought. If you're saving out an inventory that has several hundred like item slots, it has to go through and write all of those to a tree. And there's two tree attributes as a base game like built-in thing. So you can just send an inventory to tree attributes. And my inventories have that. Right? So two tree attributes is just, it's just this, it's the thing. Two tree attributes is the base. I'm just sending all the slots into slots to tree attributes. It's a base game thing. And I could not imagine the crate mod, because in our last single player, or our last server, we had, God, how many crates set up? At least 40 crates.
That's the exact number I was going to say, 40, 50.
Like, and there were lots of stuff in all of those. A lot of them were upgraded. Like, we had one for every type of wood. We had one for almost every type of rock or stone. Like the clays, like so many of them. All the different metals. That's a lot of stuff to transfer. If you've got dozens and dozens and dozens of slots. So it's just my main focus with the Vintage Engineering mod is performance. I really, really pay attention to performance. Anything that can possibly impact performance, I'm very, very careful with. All right, so all of this stuff can go away. All right, so now has room and output is rewritten and taking into account liquid only, and then slot space, I'm just hoping for the best there. And you know, this get remaining, that could be the wrong call. I might have to go in and change it again. And take into consideration capacity leaders, which it is what it is. If I have to change it, I have to change it. Let's move on. Find matching recipe. We're going to hold off on that for a second. On SimTick, obviously when I copied and pasted all of this, I copied and pasted the crusher. So that's where all this stuff comes from. All this code that's bad is I just copied the crusher, all the stuff from the crusher, paste it in here, and then go in and tweak it. Okay, so we don't have a craft mode in this one. It is what it is. The crusher has a craft mode. We do not. Okay. So is crafting recipe progress? Current recipe is the recipe mixer. If current recipe equals null, return. Well, let's do this. Not equal null. Don't return. And do that. Okay. And then else if barrel recipe does not equal null. Those are the two options. Either we have a mixer recipe or we have a barrel recipe. Those are the two recipes that this will support. And we decide that in the find matching recipe. So this function will be like massively redone. That's going to be a nightmare. Okay, so we have current recipe does not equal null, which means we have a mixer recipe for and current recipe.outputs.length. We're checking to see x plus 6. All this is doing, this first block of code here is detecting if there's room in output. That's all this cares about. So what we could do we want to just check any room in output? That regardless of anything, if there's room in output. Because if either one of those slots is full, if it's the item slot that's full or the fluid slot is full, if either one of those is full, we want to stop. So rather than check the recipes, I think we do if not has room in output 0 null returned. This is why I added the 0 null option. Because it doesn't matter what it's crafting. It just does not care. If there's no room in output, stop crafting. Period. Just stop crafting. Doesn't even matter what we're crafting at this point. Just stop crafting. Then we check, if we get past this, that means there's room in output. We already know that we're crafting. If we have room, calculate the power, make sure we have enough power, right? Make sure we have enough power. If we don't have enough power, return. And this is where I'll probably sneak in. I'll have to go through all of my machines when I implement it, but I have that fourth machine state of paused. And the machine state of paused means it's either out of power or the output is full. So each one of either one of those is important. But if we get past there, then apply the power to the recipe and decrement the power. You basically use the power. This is what uses the power when it's crafting. We don't care about anything else at this point. I haven't implemented the temperature thing yet, which would go in here, making sure the temperature is right. Else if not is crafting state change, I've been removing this because we shouldn't ever call that. All right, so if we get past this, that means recipe progress is greater than 1, which means we are done crafting. And I need to remove this crush nugget grind because we don't do that. Okay, if craft mode equals a recipe. What do we need? What do we want in here? I think this can go away. Because we are only ever crafting a recipe. Okay. So which recipe are we doing? Why use enums? Enums for what? I use enums all over the place. Yeah, I use enums all over. There are places to use enums and then places that it's just too much overhead. Recipe crafting complete. Now I need to figure out which recipe I need to check to try to do that in a good way. Variable resolve kiln. Really? Let me BE crusher on SimTick. Yeah, I'm gonna be. Let's see. Recipe crafting complete. I need to think about this for a second. Because the outputs, the difference in the two is a regular recipe, a barrel recipe has one output. My recipe is possible 2 outputs. So I could either just create an array of outputs and copy over which recipe is valid, or just do this twice. And I'm trying to do code that I don't repeat a lot. And my neighbor above me is freaking. I'm glad you can't hear that. Yeah, they're vacuuming up there. Craft mode was string. Yeah, craft mode was string because that was literally the only machine that uses that. That's the crusher. That was the only machine that uses that. Craft mode. Because it has a drop-down selection. The drop-down selection allows you to set the mode. It's the only machine that has that. I'm not going to set up an enum just for one block entity that uses that. Like strings, the game treats all those as strings anyway. Or I mean, it can treat them as ints too, depending on what you set the enum to be. But I mean, when I'm transferring that data back and forth from the server, it's just a lot easier on my brain to use a string because it's like, oh, if I'm trying to convert, if I'm sending it as an int, then I have to grab that int and convert it back into an enum and then parse that enum. And then it was just easier to do it as a string. If I had many, many, many machines that did that, then I would do it. But machine state, the enum, the machine state has it off, on, sleeping, paused. So there's an enum for machine state. Because every machine uses this. And I haven't implemented paused yet, but I will. Okay, so recipe progress. I think if current recipe does not equal null, else here. Used a mixer recipe. Used a barrel recipe. How do I want to do this? I know there's a myriad of easy ways of doing this. I just want to get this done. So, yeah. Current recipe. Barrel, let's check barrel output stack. Okay. Leaders. That's the only difference. Okay, let's look at recipe. Try craft now. There's like freshness stuff in here. I'm not going to worry about that right now. I don't want to like, the more you pile on, the slower you go. It's a lot easier to get something working and then add features to it. So if you're trying to bite off too much in one shot, you're going to overwhelm yourself. It's best to get a little thing working and then slowly add on and add on. I mean, it took 8 months to get the wiring and electrical systems in the game, in my mod. 8 months of grinding through, because I had no code to test in the game yet. I had to build all of the objects and I had to organize everything in order to get that first time it was compiled and able to go into the game and debug, right? And there were a lot of bugs that I had to sort out. A lot of weird, quirky bugs. When the very first time I loaded, it took 3 months just to get it basically stable and ready for other people to try, right? It took like 3 or 4 months. But it took a total of like 8 months to get it to that point. But once I had it in the game and testable, and I was able to actually, load up the debugger, get the debugger, step through it, look at all the variables, and visualize how it was going, was I really able to like push forward like full speed ahead. So yeah, I would, if you're getting overwhelmed with whatever you're trying to do, I would suggest taking off a little nibble at a time, getting it working, and then adding features as you go. That's the way my brain works. Or, most of the time. Sometimes it doesn't work. I've got a little caffeine buzz going on right now. Okay. So TriCraft now, yeah, this is gonna have a lot of weird shenanigans in here. Stack size. I mean, it might be wise to actually look at a recipe for the barrel. Recipes, barrel, brine, water portion, salt, brine portion. So you can see your liters are tiny, right? You're not 50 liters. You're just 2 liters. 2 liters of water, one unit of salt. But these two, this one and this one, are the same item type. The barrel ingredient type. One uses liters, one does not. And the output uses liters, but it doesn't have to, right? It doesn't have to. It can use stack size. Yeah, it can use stack size. So we just basically have to look. Let's look at resolve, barrel recipe. There's no resolve. There it is. There is a resolve. So here's that error. If you ever look in your log files and you see does not define liters attributes or the quantity, we'll assume quantity equals liters. This is where that error comes from, right here. Liters quantity. So if the item has watertight props, but it doesn't define liters, it defines quantity, right? So those two. So if L props is equal to null, it skips it. Ingredient.resolve. Ingredient. Barrel recipe ingredient. Okay. So the dot resolve this is what converts it into an item stack. I'm very familiar with the recipe system because I had to basically build my own. I'm just double checking to make sure. Yeah, this dot quantity. So quantity and stack size are interchangeable. God, I'm itching my nose a lot. Because of the little fur ball asleep on the couch behind me. Just the cat hair is driving me insane. So yeah, quantity is the quantity and stack size are basically interchangeable. If we look at this dot quantity, one of these, like stack size, it might be, I don't know where that would be. Quantity. Somewhere in this giant, crazy, insane system is is sort of the short circuit between quantity and stack size. One of these has stack size. I can't remember where it is. But anyway, it's in here somewhere. So this resolve actually resolves that with the stack size, and then it looks at props, right? So if it says quantity, it will get set, or stack size. It will get set here in this call. And then if it's valid,
then it looks to see if it has water container props. And if it does, it looks at liters. And if liters is 0 or less than 0, I don't know why you would have less than 0. Yeah, okay, that's why. It defaults to -1. So if it's not overridden, but you have quantity and it has water props, then you log the error and then you set the quantity. With consume quantity, is this question mark right here means it's nullable? Means this can be null? Liters equals 1. If liters is less than 0, if ingredient.quantity is greater than 0. That's a weird ingredient.liters equals 1. You're just overriding the liters, not even using quantity. No, it's saying if liters is invalid, -1, and quantity is equal to or less than 0, it would probably be equal to 0, means they didn't even put it in the line. If we look at the recipe, that would mean somebody didn't put that line in there. If they didn't put that in there, it's just 1. That is a kind of a catch-all thing. Quantity items per liter times liters. So the quantity becomes the multiplier or the multiple of your liters times your items per liter. So that would be like 1 liter times the 100 items per liter. So the portion times the quantity. All right. That I'm learning how the game operates in fluids, and it's weird. I think it would have made so much more sense to be milliliters, where the portion was just a milliliter. It would have made so much more sense. The fact that a portion is literally 10 times that, a milliliter.
I think part of it is that he's redone it, because I know in the past when you would add something, it was really tough to get, one a 0.1 portion in there. You had to start with a like one liter or 10 liters to get the like right fractional amounts. So I think it's something that's gone through evolutions, and that's just his combined way of dealing with it. But yeah, he should invest some effort into redoing it from the ground up.
Yeah. I mean, a bowl, if you think about it, what is a bowl? 0.2 liters?
No, bowl is 1 liter.
A bowl is 1 liter?
Yep.
That's a big bowl.
Which, yeah, that doesn't make much sense, because it's a it's not very big compared to a bucket, and it's only a tenth. So, or it is a tenth, a whole tenth. Words are important.
Why did I think a bowl was 0.2? I don't know. There was something that I remember in the game that I was working with, and something took down the quantity of fluid by 0.2. I can't remember what it was. Maybe I'm just imagining that.
I know if you like if you're adding it to a cooking pot, and you just like left click, I think it's left click to put in, it adds 0.1 per bowl. So if you had 2 bowls and you clicked once, it would do 0.2.
But that's adding ingredients to a cooking pot.
Yep.
That must be the only place in the game that it uses fractional liters. Because I can't think of anywhere else that it uses fractional liters. Like, there's no recipe for the barrel that I've been able to find that uses fractional liters.
Yeah, for recipes, I think you're right.
So it begs the question: why then are fractional liters even possible? I mean, yeah, a liter's a lot. That's a lot. But if everything is based off liters, then why isn't that the base, right? A block of fluid is 1,000 liters. That's easy math. When I get to making the pump, the fluid pump, when it scoops up a block of fluid, whether it's water or oil or lava, whatever, that's 1,000 liters that it's going to pull in per block. So that's easy math. 1,000 liters per block. From there, right, if you're moving fluids via pipes or whatever, like the barrel has a capacity of 50 liters. My machine is going to have 3 tanks, each with a capacity of 50 liters. Like a bucket is 10 liters, a bowl is a liter. Like, why then have hundredths of a liter as possible, right? A fluid portion is 1/100th of a liter, and yet nothing uses that small of a fraction in the game. So it's just, my brain just gets confused as to why he did it that way. Nothing would use milliliter either, but the math would certainly make more sense in a base 10 system. 1,000 liters per block, 1,000 milliliters per liter. Like, you could work on that fairly well, even if you had a pump that was a block every. I don't even know at this point what my fluid pipes are going to be able to move, like, per second. Like, it's going to have to be a fraction of something. Okay, so moving on. Resolve output.liters. Yeah. Or quantity. So quantity is going to be
Yeah, counselor, that's outputting, though, not using as an ingredient. Which, yeah, that's a fair thing to note.
portioned liters. Yeah.
Yep. And there you can actually even get hundredths.
Right.
But yeah, thank you for the comment.
Yeah, squeezing berries. Yeah, that's one element. That's one area, and probably one other area of fractional liters is the distiller. Little drips at a time from the distiller. You probably get fractional.
Yep.
Now, all combined, you get whole numbers. If you do it right. You put a liter in, and you might get, I don't know how much. I don't know what it distills. I don't know what the loss is. But
1 to 5 for the first distill. So to get wine, for example, I think is 1 to 5 ratio. You only get a fifth. And then from there, it's...
So you put 50 liters in and you get 10 out.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's, yep. But then if you turn it to aquavitae, you get a tenth of it.
Woo.
It's a pretty sad ratio.
And that's just pure alcohol.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so when we finish crafting, all this function does is increase crafting. right? Recipe power applied. Now, again, unlike a lot of, well, QP Tech is the main one, but my mod follows the Minecraft way of doing things. And in Minecraft, the machines, the speed at which stuff crafts depends on how much power a machine can apply to a recipe. Everything is based on power applied per tick in Minecraft. Like mechanism, thermal, you name them, you name the tech mod, and this is how it does it. Which allows you to have upgradable machines. You apply an upgrade, and the machine is able to apply more power per tick or per second in my case. And I have been playing with the idea, and I haven't. I mean, this is the most people I've seen watching a stream on this who might be interested in this. But at this point, I realize in Minecraft, the power rating system is power per tick, whereas in mine, it's power per second. Now, there's a massive gulf between those two, because in Minecraft, you have a hard-coded amount of ticks per second, which is 20. In my mod, my machines tick at 10 times per second. Because I don't think you need to tick 20 times a second. When you're crafting something and it takes, 2 to 5 seconds to craft, you don't need to simulate that every 20th of a second. I think that is insane to me. Every 10th of a second is pushing it, but as far as the UI updating and stuff, it just makes for a smoother user experience. Now, believe it or not, the electric network behind the scenes is only ticking at 4 times per second. So all of my rated power in the mod is power per second, because that is the universal unit of measurement when it comes to update ticks. You get the delta time, which is here, right? The delta time is the fractional amount of ticks, or the fractional amount of seconds from the last tick event. And it's not going to be exact, right? Even though this is 10 times a second, this is not going to be 0.1 every time. It's probably not going to be 0.1 ever. It's going to be 0.101, 104, 110. Like, it's going to be whatever the fractional tick is, and that is what your delta time is, which is why my power per tick is based on the power per second times delta time. Because then it doesn't matter. But the drawback of this is you get rounding errors, because you will always have a floating point fractional amount of power, and my power unit of measurement is a U long. It's an unsigned long, which isn't a floating point number. Yes, I could make it a decimal, I know, but when you're dealing with power, unsigned long it gives you the best future-proofing amount of power. The rounding errors that you get, I chalk up to machine loss, right? Efficiency. You're never, a machine is never 100% efficient at converting electrical power to work, right? And the same is true with power lines. The power, as the electric network updates all the machines, you can have at most 1 power loss per machine per update. At most. Because of those little rounding errors, those little weird fractional errors. It's possible to have 1 power loss per machine connection. And I just chalk that up to transmission loss. So the values, if you're looking at, like, I want to add a piece of coal to this machine is going to produce, 32 power, like the LV generator, 32 power per second for 20 seconds. This is going to be this much power. You're going to be off, because there are subtle differences with power transmission with how much power you actually generate, with how hot the LV generator is. You're never going to come across a time when you're going to be able to estimate precisely how much power you're going to get out of a fuel in the LV generator. It's not going to happen. And that, I think, is okay. I think most people, if they care enough about that, they'll be able to get an accurate reading, because when the LV generator is over 100 degrees, it will generate power whether it has fuel or not. So if you put like a piece of Coke in there and the machine gets super, super hot, it will generate power as it's cooling off, right? There's a temperature gauge on there. As it's cooling off, it'll generate power. As soon as it drops below 100 degrees, it stops generating. So you can actually get more power out of a piece of fuel if you add them one at a time and allow that temperature to go up. And as soon as it gets close to 100, if you add the next fuel and it goes right back up, you get a little bit of benefit out of that. So there's some micromanaging for those people who like to do that. But to try to estimate exactly how much power you get out of every unit of fuel, if you just throw a stack in there, it's going to be way more inefficient. And I think as far as realism goes for my mod, it kind of is in line with how the game works, right? There's functions in the game that work like that. So, yeah, you know, I want that to be a thing. So yeah, if anybody's looking at this going, what about the rounding errors? What about this? And it's like, yeah, you're gonna get transmission loss, you're gonna get inefficiencies with the machines, but all of that is realistic, right? Like, here's a good question for y'all. What's the most efficient kitchen appliance? What's the most efficient kitchen appliance?
Well, that's a good question.
It's not one that you probably think of. It's the toaster. Your toaster.
That is a little surprising.
Your toaster is like 98% efficient at converting the electrical energy into heat. The very close second is your stove, but the stove is so big that you get a lot of loss of heat. Even when you use burners and stuff, you get a lot of that. A lot of that heat is lost to the surrounding area, right? It's not concentrated in the pan you're trying to heat up like boiling water. But a toaster is a more contained area, and the conversion from electrical to heat is like really high as far as like efficiency goes. So yeah, the toaster is the most efficient kitchen appliance. So yeah, when you're converting something to heat, you get a lot of efficiency out of it. But if you're trying to convert it into like mechanical energy, like a big blender, and it's spinning a thing, that's less efficient. There are really, really efficient electric motors out there now. I think Tesla has invented one that is like they're using supercomputers to model the magnetic fields of the thing, and they're building the stators and the rotors to actually like work really well together. So they're able to get like super high efficiency motors, but they're still not 100%. You know, it's in maybe the 80 or 90 percentile range. Okay, so moving on. Use the mixer recipe. So now we want to do for int I equals 0, I is less than current recipe dot outputs dot length I plus plus. And then this one, barrel recipe, is just one output. Let's do I gotta use the bathroom really quick while I think about this. Be right back. Yep. From here on out, the coffee is going to be catching up. All right. Let's see. Why can you do partial liter recipes in the barrel? When you say partial recipe, what do you mean?
Interesting.
Do you mean your
Honest-
liters can be fractional?
I'm assuming that's what you mean, but yeah.
So if you mean like liters of 0.5, if that's what you mean, that would make sense to me. Because what you are actually doing is multiplying your liters times the water portion units per liter. So a fractional number here would multiply the same. 0.5 times 100 is 50. So water portion, it's going to compare 50 quantity or stack size, right? Instead of even hundreds, right? 100 of this, 100 of that, 100 of this, you're now 0.5 or 0.2 or 0.1 times that. So you're still multiplying the same thing with fractional liter. But liters, you can't, like, liters is the important thing. Because the water portion already defines the quantity per liter. So you're just quantity per liter times liters equals what it's actually comparing behind the scenes. You don't see that, but that's what it's comparing. And then the consume liters, of course, again, fractional. I don't think, and you can correct me on this, if you did a consume liters to the 1,000th place, I think the game might have a hard time with that, with one craft, right? Because there's no 1,000th of a liter in the game. A portion is the smallest bit, and that's 100th of a liter. So there is no 1,000th of a liter. Not that I know of. If we look at brine portion, you can see items per liter 100. So there are 100 brine portions per liter, not 1,000. I could be wrong, but
I'd have to test. I'd have to find something that could take a quantity of 100 with, like 1 liter. Or, well, yeah, you said 1,000. So yeah, I suppose 1,000 ingredients per liter. Yeah, I can't think of any recipe that would take that many. I think you'd have to custom create a recipe just to test that.
yeah, and I'm not my mixer recipe. I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel. I'm if you have a recipe and you literally are using milliliters, like milliliter portions, you just multiply by 10 and boom, you got a recipe. Like, it's not. I'm not trying to minimize like people's desire for flexibility. I'm all about that, but the difficulty of trying to wrap a whole new set of fluid systems around the vanilla fluid system that doesn't support it It just is a massive nightmare. So keeping with the vanilla system is the best way, because then people can directly compare one to another. You can still do liters fractional, right? But you can use 2 decimal points, not 3. 0.02. 2/100ths of a liter. What would that be? 2 portions? 2, water portion.
Yeah, I think that's how he has it laid out.
Yeah. So okay, how do I want to do this? Use a mixer. It really depends on how the resolve figures out how the resolve. Wrong window. Barrel recipe resolve. When this gets spit out, what I'm interested in is this block. This is resolving the output of the barrel recipe. So output.resolve resolves barrel output stack is the JSON item stack, which is the base. That's your base object for all of your item stacks. Block, no. Get block, no. Get item. Resolved item stack. Stack size. So this dot stack size it defaults to 1, but yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out when this resolves and it comes in here. If there's no props, it ignores it. So the stack size would equal probably the stack size in here. That's what stack size is equal. Now, if there's not stack size, if there's liters, there's your 0.1, right? Fruit press, juice portion, ingredients, cider, juice portion, liters, 0.01, cider portion, liters, 0.01. And then you got seal hours. So it's literally all this recipe is doing is converting juice portion to cider portion. It's 1-to-1. And then you have mead, honey portion to that. So here you have water portion, flour spelt to cider portion spelt. And the conversion ratio here, 1 liter in, 0.2 liters out. So yeah, there's your fractional recipes. But again, what it's doing is it's taking the liters. If liters is less than 0, that's false. So then it's jumping here. Output.quantity, it multiplies your items per liter times your output. When you see this output.liters, that is directly coming from this line. Output. This is your output line. Output.liters, that's that value. And then it multiplies the code, this item here, it's looking that up, and it's multiplying items per liter times this value. So 100 times 0.01 would be 1. Right? So that's your quantity. That's the important bit, is your quantity. Liters, you don't care about liters. So that is the takeaway from that, is we need to look at quantity. We don't care about liters. Quantity is what we're producing. per recipe iteration, right? But the other thing we need to figure out is one of the things I remember from when I made the recipe is there's a multiplier for the, let's see, where was that at? So pair input and then get output size. So get output size, analyze, used by matches, and matches gets used by find matching recipe, right? And then we get the out size here. And output size, all this is doing, right? You're sending the match of the recipe. And the vanilla version of this returns the stack size of the output of the recipe, right? And that variability is what the stack size of the input is. Because the recipe is typically the minimum amount that you need for the barrel, right? The recipe is 0.2 liters. But if you have 10 liters in there, obviously you can actually now craft a whole bunch more if there's 10 liters in there. So that's the big difference there, because the barrel forces you to craft with that. Now, the mixer is not. The mixer is going to be able to craft those minimum recipe sets and do so quickly, because right now the barrel, a lot of the crafts with the barrel are instantaneous. You have water, you put lime in, boom, it's instantaneous. Quick lime or whatever, or lime water or whatever it is. Whereas the mixer is going to require power to do that. With those minimum numbers. So 0.2, 0.1, 1, 2, whatever those minimum numbers are, that's going to be how much power is going to be needed. So if we don't have seal hours, what doesn't have seal hours? Probably lime water. Where is that? Slacked lime. Yeah, see, we don't have seal hours with this. I've got to figure out these instantaneous recipes. How are we going to do this? That's a good question for y'all to answer. Instantaneous barrel recipes with no seal hours. How much power should they take? Probably not much, but it should be enough where it's not instant. Because remember, it's going to instantly go to the output. So you have the output tank. So it'd almost be worthwhile having a barrel, and the barrel has a pipe into the mixer for that first step, right? If you're making like lime water, the barrel, it can instantly craft lime water. The mixer won't be able to. But I leave that up to other players to figure that shit out. Okay, so barrel recipes should be actually relatively straightforward. So let me peek at block entity barrel. And every 3 seconds, current recipe, try craft now. This sends in the inputs. Okay. So the TriCraft now, all this does is it basically looks at the seal hours. If seal hours is greater than 0 and the now sealed hours, which is how many hours it's been sealed, is less than, then return. So it doesn't do anything. But if it passes that, that means it's good to go. TriCraft now is good to go. The seal hours are up. So what does it do? Get output size. So that gets you the stack size of what you're making, the resolved item stack, and the stack size. What determines transitionable props? Okay, I don't really... Parish props. I almost want to restrict this from even using transitionable props, perishable props, like... I know I'm going to have to eventually support it, but okay, value.consume quantity, value and matched. Where am I getting that? Pair input. So this is pair input matches. Yeah, so I'm resending pair input and then iterating through. Consume quantity. Ah, yes. Barrel recipe ingredient, consume quantity is not equal to null, which means in a recipe, consume liters is set. Which means it will reduce consume quantity.value, which is your liters, times stack size, mixed stack is your output resolved item stack divided by stack size. What is this doing? Should be in liquid slot. So, yeah. This is making sure, similar to like when you craft leather, oftentimes you have a bit of the leather product in the output, and then the fluid tank is drained a bit with how much it uses. That's what that is doing. This mixed stack. So input slots of 1 is obviously your fluid slot here. Okay. So a lot of this functionality I could put in. The problem is this is overriding input slots. So this is where my machine differs from the barrel, is the barrel reuses the slots that it has. Mine is going to have different slots for the output. That's the big difference here. So I basically have to rewrite this to barrel recipe. So it validates everything exactly the same way, but it pushes the output into the output, not back into the input. That's the biggest difference. So yeah, none of this is valid, I don't think. But I kind of want to keep it in there right now. Okay, use a mixer recipe. This will be different. So the mixer recipe, I could actually recipe mixer. I could actually do public bool try craft now. This is gonna iCore API. I don't need sealed hours. I need item slot input slots, item slot output slots. So this is a big difference from the vanilla barrel recipe. Is I want to make sure my output slots are good to go. And then tries to craft the recipe based on input slots to push into output slots. I'm assuming output slots. One fluid, one item, one fluid. Okay. So I need to make sure my output slots are good to go. My input slots, there's going to be 6 input slots, which is kind of crazy. But it shouldn't matter. Now, if I... Basically, this will be called only when the recipe is crafted, right? So, whereas the vanilla one looked at seal hours, and it made sure that your sealed hours is good, mine will only call it when that recipe progress equals 1, which, or greater than or equal to 1, which means it's done crafting. So if we're in this function, I know that we are ready to craft whatever it is. So essentially, we can do list key value pair item slot barrel recipe ingredient matched equals pair input of input slots. So that will match all of my input slots. Now I want I need to look at my outputs. How do I want to do this? So this, what I'm looking at, I'm looking over here. This monitor has this. This is what I'm looking at. Try craft now. Well, that's that line there. The problem is this output is not the only output that the recipe can output, right? My recipe can output both an item and a fluid. And you're not guaranteed which order they're going to be in, right? So a good example recipe is something super simple. Let's go to strong tannin, right? So weak log or log placed oak Let's just copy this. And we're going to go new file. Come on. New text file. Paste. Strong tannin. Mixer strong tannin. Mixer strong tannin. Code. Strong tannin. Oak. Acacia. Okay. 2 water portion. Water portion. Okay. And then save. No, not Jesus. Vintage engineering. Mod assets. Vintage. Recipes. VE mixer. What the hell? JSON. This is going to be strong tannin.json. Wink. And then I make sure all of my JSON is properly formatted, just because I hate that all of the game's JSON is not properly formatted, just because the errors in VS Code are very distracting. Everything there. Okay. So what these recipes basically do is, instead of seal hours, we're going to be power per craft is going to be, let's say, 64. Very, very short. Basically 1 second. Power per craft, 64. And you could probably merge these together by doing a star there and do some shenanigans with the loud variants, oak and acacia, but for some reason he just has them split out into 2. But this would essentially go from water portion right to strong tannin. You're just adding 2 logs per 10 liters instead of 1. So this is an example recipe for the mixer. Doesn't use all of the features, obviously, but you're having an ingredient and a fluid type. So it's a good recipe to test with. Let's move this over to the other monitor. Make sure we don't cover up the text chat here. So, this is an example of a recipe that has an output fluid. So we have item stack item output how do we want to do this? We have 2 possible outputs. Not guaranteed that there's going to be 2 outputs, but there's 2 possible outputs. Let's see. I know that at least there has to be 1. Let's call this main output. I swear I can type. Equals output So yeah, I did it again. Put. I think it's my. I think it's my outputs. What? Outputs of 0.resolved item stack dot clone. Always clone your things. Okay. Now I want to main output dot stack size equals. Let's do. Yeah, equals. Main output dot stack size times equals get output stack size multiplier matched. Multiplying it by that, now here's an issue with this. If this errors out in any way, shape, or form, it returns a -1. Yeah, if there's anything in here that's bad, you can see it returns a -1. So I think it would be better. What happens if it's 0? Alt quantity multiplier stack size divided by quantity. Okay. So in the vanilla code, what happens? Let's get, instead of doing that, let's do int output stack multiplier equals this. If I don't want to do the whole thing, return false. Right? I mean, something bad happened. Now, we're returning the multiplier, and the multiplier could be 0. So I don't want to multiply it by 0. That would be bad, because that wouldn't output anything. You can see output quantity multiplier equals input slot dot stack size divided by quantity. If these are match, well, is it possible that this could be 0? Let's look at this really quick. So we have the ingredient. So we have the input slot here. So let's say there's, if we look at our recipe, the input slot dot stack size would be 2. If we look at this, right? If we have 2 of those, and we need 2 of them, 2 divided by 2 is 1. So output quantity multiplier would be 1. Stack size percent quantity. If ingredient consumed quantity equals null. Input slot dot stack size. This might be a problem. This forces it to be even. Stack size percent quantity. This is mod. This is modulus. This is dividing the 2 and then returning the remainder. That might be a problem.
Look, you got time for a side question?
Sure.
Arum is wondering if she can hop on the Vintage Story server.
Sure.
Cool with that?
Yeah. It's
Okay.
still up. Yeah.
I figured as much, but thought I'd
Yeah.
ask you quick.
I left it up. We'll eventually use it for testing and stuff as I get further along here. The next big thing to test on there would be the multi-block stuff, and yeah, I know the mod as it is works pretty well. So it's when I add some crazy new feature that's going to be needing to be tested on the server. Yeah, this line is a problem because this forces it to have no remainder. So let's say there's in this recipe, right? If there's 20 water and only 2 oak, that would not, that recipe would not match. So yeah, there is some code in here I'm going to probably need to break down and figure out nitty-gritty details. But for now, I'm going to move on. Stack size times equals. I want to multiply it by output stack multiplier. This should never be 0. It really shouldn't. 1 is the minimum. But that's, well, this and this are really going to have to be looked at closely. Okay, so looking at there, now we can move on to if outputs of 1 I don't have does not equal null. Dot clone. Okay, so this will check to see if we have a second output. And then we have to do the same sort of thing here. And the multiplier will be the same because we're still in the same recipe. So the multiplier doesn't change. So secondary output dot stack size still has to be multiplied by the multiplier because it's the same recipe. It multiplies it regardless of what the output is. Either output gets multiplied by that. Now we can. Do we want to do transitionable prompts? No, I really don't want to do that right now. So what we can do let's do the for each key value pair item slot barrel recipe ingredient L in matched. If consumed quantity does not equal null, which means the consumed quantity is different from the quantity of the recipe, which here, I think it's weird that is there an example? I wonder if there's an example in here of a consume liters that doesn't equal the liters. I don't think I've ever seen one. They're always equal. It's kind of weird to me that you would support that but not have an example. But it is what it is. Remain stack. Oh, man. This is... The fact that I have two possible outputs just massively increases the complexity of this process. I just make it hard on myself doing all of this. Okay. So the vanilla one has a remain stack. It processes it, and the remain stack is consumed from the ingredients. But in my case, I have 4 possible ingredients. So the problem with this is this will actually consume. I need to iterate through all of my inputs. Because if we look at that, well, I don't have it up yet, but there's 4 possible inputs with 2 possible input fluids. So 6 possible inputs, which is vastly different than the 2 possible inputs of the barrel. One item, one fluid. Mine is 4 possible item inputs. So, value pair, value and matched. I knew when I first designed, or when I first thought about the mixer, I knew this was going to be one of the most complicated machines in the tier, in the LV tier, and I was not wrong. This is incredibly complex.
Well, it's a good thing you're streaming it so we can all laugh at you when you make mistakes.
Yeah, this is why streaming this is. I was on the fence about whether to do this, because it's like, oh my god. So I think what I'm going to have to do to simplify this is the craft is going to ignore how much there is, right? The craft is only going to be the minimum amount specified in the recipe. So it doesn't matter if the mixer is full of fluid and you start feeding it lime or whatever, it's only going to make, based on the power, one iteration of the recipe at a time. I think the whole the fact that we're multiplying the stack size and all, like, doesn't matter, because it defeats the purpose of the recipe by having stack sizes different, because none of the other machines can batch craft multiples of the recipes, right? When you're like splitting logs and you put a stack of logs in the log splitter, it's not splitting all 64 logs at a time. It's doing one at a time. So one iteration of the craft at a time. I think that is really where my brain started short-circuited on this, because this is what's massively different with this, is it's just one at a time. So if we look at our recipe, not this one, but this one, it's only going to do one of these. It's going to take 10 liters of water and 2 oak logs, and it's going to produce 10 liters of strong tannin. That's it. Doesn't matter how much is in there. All it cares about is, does it have enough ingredients? So that massively changes everything. Massively changes everything. The pair input I still don't 100% know what this does. This is almost directly copied from vanilla. I think this matches. It looks to match the recipe with this, like the ingredients passed in with this recipe. It matches everything together. I think that's what it does. Because they can be in any order, right? You're not guaranteed your ingredients are going to be in the order of this. They could be in different order. They could radically be different. So this just matches everything up, and if it's found, right? If it's found, that means we're good to go. It returns the matches. It's good to go. So this I think is fine, but the multiplier, I don't think we need that. Get output stack size, I don't think we need this. Because it's only ever going to craft one at a time. So, yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to comment this out for now and figure out where, there it is. Try craft now and matches. We are what do my other matches do? Extruder. I know it. There it is. Okay. Yeah. Matches. I don't need this at all. Nor do I need this. So all this does is call the pair input. The pair input matches everything together. It takes because remember, we are in the recipe, so we're going to be comparing, we're going to be calling this for every recipe. This is why when I talk to people about optimizing the variance of your server, I strongly recommend you minimize the amount of shenanigans and variance that you have, because when you're trying to find a recipe, and this is true with grid recipes, this is true with all recipes, and you have a vast amount of blocks and items, when you're trying to to determine a valid recipe, it's literally iterating through every single thing. Right? If you look up grid recipe in DN Spy here, and you look at the matches or the resolve, it's literally iterating through every single item and block to find a match. So, yeah, if you have mods that make you have 30,000 blocks, you're going to be, your server is going to hurt because of that. So just be very careful and selective on how many things it takes. And like an example would be Wildcraft. And I had this discussion with Dana on the Vintage Stories server. Wildcraft literally adds 1,000 variants of fence and 1,000 variants of like fence gates or whatever. Like, it's obscene how many thousands of variants that one mod alone adds. It's needless. I understand certain variants are nice, and Dana, a lot of their mods add, I think one of the things that Dana adds is variants of the fruit press where the top and the bottom are different wood types. Now, if you take the amount of wood types in the game, which is probably, 16, 10, 12 wood types, and then multiply it by 12 again. That's how many variants of fruit press are added. Now, you multiply that by how many other blocks of variants they add, it adds up really, really, really fast. So you just have to be very careful about just like adding variety for the sake of variety. If you find yourself never using the variety, if you never ever use a fruit press that has acacia on the top and oak on the bottom, if you find yourself never needing that, then don't use that. You don't need that. And it will improve your server speed and memory use by a lot. So I will move on from that tirade. Okay, so we don't care then about the stack size multiplier. We are only ever going to craft one iteration of this, which means we don't need this, and we don't need this, and we don't need this, nor do we need that. Okay. Now, if we get past here and secondary output is not null, we know that we have a secondary output. Now we just have to do some logic to figure out which is the fluid, which is the item. They can't both be fluids. That would be bad. If secondary output not equals null and main output dot collectible dot is liquid and secondary output dot collectible dot is liquid, return false. Okay, so what this is this sanity check. If we have a secondary output, but both of them are liquids, it's not valid. It's not a valid recipe. And I could do a check in the resolve function, which is here. I could do that check down here, which I probably will do. The resolve, this is what's called when the recipe loads. So when the recipe loads from disk, this is what's called to resolve all of the inputs and outputs. It iterates through all the inputs and resolves everything, and then it iterates through all the outputs and resolves everything. So yeah, if you're gonna do sanity checks to make sure your recipes are properly formatted, it's the resolve function that gets. Okay, pair input. This is still valid because we have to match the recipe, and that's what this does, is it matches the recipe. Matched. So if matched, in this case, if matched equals null, then we have a problem. Whoa, whoa. Jesus. Sometimes Visual Studio just goes crazy with the, oh, this is the code you want? Like, no, it's not the code I want. Okay. Match equals, yeah. This is a sanity check to make sure. Because if match is null, then down here, bad stuff could happen. Yeah, especially this line here. You don't want that to happen. But it shouldn't ever be null. Because this is the recipe that we're crafting, so it should be valid regardless. So, again, we're only ever crafting one iteration of this at a time. So I don't need to care about, stack size. But consume quantity not equal null. Remain stack equals value.key.item stack. So what this is matching, what is this? Pair. So I'm inputting this. I'm queuing them together. While yeah, I'm gonna to really understand this better. I'm gonna have to debug that and see what it does in code, like in the variables, because trying to follow that is gonna be hard. If outputs does not equal null, outputs of 1 does not equal null. Well, how about we, instead of doing this, well, how many outputs? Okay, and then I have clone, but I want to look at resolve. I'm passing in outputs.length. Yeah, I think it will automatically iterate that. So up here, rather than look at null, we can go if outputs.length is greater than 1. One means, hey, there's obviously we have an output. 2 means we have a secondary output. Okay. And this is just a sanity. This is if we have a second output and both are liquid. Bad recipe. a bad recipe. This shouldn't. Once I figure out the resolve, once I have that check in resolve, then I'll be able to. This probably will never run as soon as I validate that. But it's always wise to have sanity checks. Okay. Now, value.consume quantity. Okay. This only happens, I think, if it's a fluid. I don't think I've ever seen here. So only if it's a fluid does it actually go through this. So this will only trigger if it's a fluid. That's good to know. Which means there's only 2 item slots that this could be. I mean, the matched sends all of the input slots. So there'll be 6 slots, item slot to recipe ingredient, right? So, but only 2 of them will be fluid slots. So how do we decrement consume quantity? Val dot key dot stack size minus equals val dot value dot consume quantity dot value times mix stack. What I'm doing here is I'm reducing the input amount value.key, okay, is the item slot portion of this. So a key value pair is key value. Value here is the key value pair. So key is the item slot, which will be the fluid slot. So val.value is looking at the ingredient. That's matching the slot with the ingredient, right? So if it's a fluid slot or if it's an item slot, that's how those match. Now I could be way off on this, but if the value, which is a barrel recipe ingredient, dot consume quantity is set, if it's not null, that means there is a value here, which means that we have to reduce the input, which is the key, by that amount. And I think consume liters, key.stack size minus equals val.value.consume quantity. For me, I want to say that that consume quantity assigned by barrel recipe.resolved. Okay, so consumed quantity is actually the number of portions. When that is set in the resolve, right? Consume liters, it converts consume liters into consume quantity. which is multiplying items per liter times the consumed liters, right? So that is the amount, that is the number of that is the number of portions. Now, the stack size in here could possibly also be stack size. This is why this liquid thing is, my brain just kind of goes back and forth and back and forth. Like, is this stack size the number of portions, or is this stack size the number of liters? That is the big question. Because in the code, it's doing remaining stack dot stack size minus equals consume quantity dot value times mixed stack, which is basically the stack size of the output. So mixed stack dot stack size divided by output dot stack size. So it's multiplying it by the ratio of how much is in there, basically the stack size. But what we're actually doing is we're only accounting for one craft, one iteration of the recipe. We do not care about bulk crafting 10 of these at once, right? We're only ever going to do one of these at once. So if we're input dot stack size equals 2, and then output dot stack size equals 2, that's 1. So yeah, I don't think I need to do anything there. Okay, so value.key.stack size minus equals, what is the error here? Cannot be, it is read only. Well, what? Item slot, item stack. There it is. Value.key.itemStack.stack size. And I'll have to debug this line of code to see exactly what that stack size is. This is one of the reasons why my test world has got so many weird corrupted block entities, because when I debug these things, sometimes I exit out of debugging without gracefully exiting out of the world, and the block entities get a little crazy. Okay, so if stack size is less than or equal to 0, remain stack equals no. So this, if val.items.key.itemStack.stack size less than or equal to 0, then remain stack equals no. Problem with item slot input. Stack size equals 0. What this is doing is it's removing the fluid from the input. If that uses all of it, well, let's do that after we get out of this. After we iterate through all of that, I want to check. Um, or can I set the key to, I don't want to set the key equal to null. That would be bad. That would be very bad. Remaining stack. See, in here, we have remaining stack here. And then this is setting that. And then it's setting it to null. Which is setting this to null. Remember, these are all passed by reference. Complex types are all passed by reference in C#. It's only basic types like int, float, stuff like that that's passed by value. So setting remain stack equal to this and then setting it to null essentially sets the key dot item stack to null, right? That's essentially what it's doing. And then it's breaking out of that. But we can't break out of it because we have two possible fluids. And we need to do this check for both of them. So then I think we're going to have to do this again. If val.value, no, val.key dot stack size is lesser than or equal to 0. Val.key dot item stack equals null. That could possibly be very, very bad. Or maybe we could do item stack dot try, no, item stack key dot try take out. We could probably do this. That would probably automatically do it. Dot take out. Whoa. I really wish there was a setting in Visual Studio to delete white space after a line. I've looked and looked and looked. There's no built-in way that I've found to clear out white space after a line. So yeah, we get this like, it's just kind of annoying. Get some of the contents of the stack. The stack returns the stack with the quantity take out as much as available. So it actually returns key.take out. So that's in the item stack. Item slot. If quantity is greater than or equal to item stack dot stack size, take out whole item stack dot empty clone that stack size. Return empty clone. So it actually gets some of the contents of the stack. Oh, it returns an item stack of stack size. Okay, yes. That's what I wanted to do. I don't care about what it returns to me, but this, the stack, the return value is the stack of the amount that you took out, which I don't care about. So it is what it is. because I'm using it up. I just want to take this out. And this automatically sets the value to null if it's, it sets it automatically, the item stack to null if it uses all of it, if the quantity uses all of it. So this is not needed anymore. Okay, I like using like the vanilla version, like the way that the game is expecting you to do it. I just don't know what happens the next time this iterates in and the enumerator, like if the key is equal to null, like what happens to that? That's an unknown. Anytime you set something to null, it's always a dice roll whether or not it's gonna break everything. So basically what this does is it takes that out. The other thing we want to do is iterate through remember, we're trying to craft this, right? So try craft now. We want to remove the input ingredients as well. If value.consume quantity, but again, liters consume liters. So what happens? Mix stack size. Trying to find where in the recipe it removes the input item, not the input fluid. Items not been matched. Input slot.item stack goes remain stack, mix stack. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. I need to remove quantity. So consume quantity is only set with this. Otherwise, the other element, barrel recipe ingredient, turned stack, resolved item stack, allowed variance, liters, consume liters, consume quantity. Yeah, the barrel recipe ingredient object is incredibly simple. Consume quantity, consume liters. I just don't know. It's not it's very ambiguous which value that it takes. Consumed quantity feels to me like how many portions to take out, which is based on the liters times number per liter. But it could also be resolve. Barrel recipe ingredient. Resolve. um Resolved item stack and stack size. So it only if the watertight containing props is set do liters ever play a part, or quantity. Right. Well, I'll let you guys think about that for a second. I'm going to take another bio break. I'll be right back. All right, let's just verify my mic is back on because sometimes the button doesn't work. All right, think I know the way forward.
Always helps to go into the thinking room.
So this matches the slot with the ingredient. So if consume quantity is there, that means it's a fluid, so take out the consume quantity value. If it's not a fluid, then just take out the quantity, which is there. Okay. That should hopefully fix that. Now, where was I? Blah blah blah. Where is it? Try craft now. There it is. I'm not going to care for now about transitionable props and all the things and stuff. That's carry over freshness. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about that. So now, for each what is an output? Output is a barrel output stack. Barrel output stack. Output in outputs. Right? So output slots, this is the thing, right? The barrel pushes the outputs into the back into the inputs, but we're not going to do that. This, I'm kind of breaking away from my other recipe types because those are a lot more straightforward and simple, right? Those are really, really simple. I mean, a sawmill, you take a log, you convert it into planks and like sawdust. Like all the rest are really easy. This is far more involved. So we're passing in the output slots. Now we need to figure out if should be in liquid slots for the item stack output dot resolved item stack, right? So if that needs to be in the liquid slot, then the output slot, this should be two output slots. Index ID 0 item 1 fluid. That should be that, right? Since it's an array and not a list, it should be strongly typed like that. So if it should be in liquid slot, then the output slots of 1, which is the fluid, output slots of 1 dot try put into. I mean, the vanilla one just sets the item stacks. What would happen if I didn't do that in here, but in the block entity? Because if it's full, it shouldn't craft at all. Should be in liquid slot, output dot resolved item stack. try put into. Oh. Okay, that's the opposite of what I want to do. Because that would take, it would try to put the output slot into a different slot. But I'm trying to take the stack and put it into, right? Output dot try. I can't do a try put into. I'll do this dot try. No. Put. No. Everything has to do with slots. And if you just have a stack of things, you gotta like figure that out. If output, no, if output slots 1 dot empty, then output slots of 1 dot item stack equals output dot resolved item stack dot clone. Else output slots of 1. No, I don't want it. Why are you output slots of 1 dot item stack dot stack size plus equals output dot resolved item stack dot stack size. If it's empty, set it equal to the clone of this resolved item stack. If it's not empty, increment the stack size by the amount in here. Now, I should have already done the check to make sure there's enough room in here. 100% should have already checked that. So else, kind of want to do the same thing, but with output slots of 0. No. 0. 0. 0. Basically the same process, only fluid slot is 1, output slot is, or item slot is 0. And as far as the type goes, we should have already checked that. Elsewhere. Basically, in the crafting system, has room in output, right? This, if either of these outputs are full, it should bomb it out. Now, we could go through each output of the recipe and determine if there's output. Has room in output. So if both of them are empty, obviously there's room. The item out looks at the stack size of the item that's in there. And the fluid out does the same thing. Checks to see if there's capacity with the thing that's in there. I think. We'll have to verify that. And then this will output if there's room. If either one of these doesn't have room, it will not allow it. The only thing that this doesn't account for is essentially like if there's a little bit of room left and the craft actually gives you a little bit more. That's the only thing that this kind of may have a problem. Output slots that empty, set that That's right. Stack size resolved. Okay. That should be essentially it. Marking them dirty sends them back to the client. Although, I don't know if I should mark them dirty. Yeah. If there's probably a lot of bugs with this. I'm quite confident in that, but we got to start somewhere. We got to have a starting point for something. But I'm expecting some shenanigans when it comes to crafting this stuff. Okay. So we're back in here, finding ratcheting recipe. We'll deal with that in a second. This I want to come up here and public item slot output slots get return new item slot six and 7. So output slots is mapped to these two, and this is the order that they're in. They should be in this order every time. And remember, inventory of 7 is technically a as item slot liquid only. And then input slots, I actually need inventory of 4 and inventory of 5 as item slot liquid only. Like that. Because 4 and 5 are liquids. Right? But they're both, I mean, the base class is still item slot. So they still are technically item slots, but these are, you know, they give you that capacity liters, they give you a little extra zing, right? They give you a little extra stuff. So, just to make sure they are mapped correctly. And then, so now I should be able, in here, where is it? When we craft it, instead of doing that, right, we can pass current recipe dot try craft now, and we're going to do API input slots, output slots, right? And since we're passing these in, remember, complex types are always passed by reference. So we are passing in the actual inventory slots, right? So any changes that these make to the inventory slots will be reflected in the block entity and the UI and all of that kind of stuff. Especially after we mark them dirty. So marking them dirty, that actually triggers the onslaught modified, which I might actually want to do at the very end, similar to, yeah, I want to do this at the very, very end. Because if you look at the base, if we look at the barrel recipe, you can see it does all of these changes. Granted, it kind of copies the stack over, so it doesn't actually modify the input until the very end. But then it modifies the inputs, and then it marks them dirty. The very, very end, after everything is done. And so we want to be able to do, we want to do that as well. The outputs can be modified because we don't care about the output slots. They can be modified and marked dirty as they go. That's fine. But we want to mark the input slots. So for each input item slot, input in input slots, input.mark dirty. If, Jesus, why? If too many like if or f sort of functions in C#. For some reason, that happens the most with the if statements. It just, sometimes it's like, oh, you want to do this function you've never called before, and it's like, boink. It's like, no. If is a really simple one. If input.empty here, and then we want to not it. No. Input is not equal. Is not equal null. We can't mark it dirty if it's null. That would be very, very bad. It should never be null, because we should always have those input slots. The inventory, this should never be false. It should always be true. Input does not equal null. It should always be true. Even if it's empty, it should always be true. So this will basically iterate through the input slots, because we do iterate through them kind of in a weird way. But yeah, we should be able to mark all those dirty, which will update. Now for the barrel recipe, probably going to need a custom function for that. So I can get rid of this. We're probably going to need a custom function for this, because we can't. Well, what I could do, if I wanted to use the barrel recipe function that I've been looking at this whole time, which is this one, what I could do, because I have to pass in the input slots, and then the input slots are then overridden at the bottom, right? What I could do is I could copy the input slots that have something in them. Because remember, there's only one item and one fluid. So, no, that's too many shenanigans. So one idea, and well, let me know what you think about this idea. One idea would be when I load the barrel recipe, or when I load the mixer recipes, right? In the recipe loader, we load the mixer recipes. What about iterating through all the existing barrel recipes and just adding a copy of those to the mixer with the right formatting? Or would that get too would that be too many shenanigans? forgot we have to register the recipe registry. Oh yeah, this is a weird. If you don't do this line in your recipe registry, and you try to access mixer recipes, it will return 0. You have to register this for. I don't know at all what this line does. I have no idea. But this actually registers the recipe registry. Like, I don't know, but it is what it is. So this is registering all of the recipes. We go down to, CNC. I need to delete that. We don't actually have any CNC recipes. Mixer recipe right here. This is called from the recipe loader. Load recipes. Register mix, like right here. Register mixer recipe. So the load recipe, this is what actually loads from the file, right, in the directory. So you can, in your mod, have a recipes VE mixer, regardless of the domain. It doesn't matter what the domain is. You can add your own recipes in that directory, and it will load them just fine. But yeah, this is what actually loads the recipes from the directory. Now, I could load recipe barrel, like mixer, recipe mixer, and instead of recipes VE mixer, I could do recipes barrel, right? And that would load the barrel recipes. Recipes barrel, and it would load all these recipes in here. Mine would just ignore seal hours, and I'd have to do some shenanigans here. Delegate recipe mixer R, register mixer recipe. So yeah, load recipe in here. No, I don't want to do that. My recipe system is working. I don't want to mess with that. So yeah, let's axe that idea. I could create a different call. Assets loaded. I could create a different call here with a different function, with a specialized like load barrel recipes for mixer, and then have that in there, which would do all the related shenanigans, obviously. But yeah, this is all just generic stuff. I do have, custom code in here that allows for things, but I want to see there's the problem with this is this. Maybe. Mixer recipe. Oh no, that should work. R for craft, all the things. Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. But let's get back to the issue. Recipe mixer, B mixer. Barrel recipes. I think we're just going to have to essentially copy some of the functionality here, because this is going to be a separate recipe. This current recipe, that is the mixer. Barrel recipe is a completely separate thing. So let's do. Let's do one in here. Public bool try craft barrel recipe. Well, I don't. Okay. Essentially the same process. So what I can do is recipe mixer. Try craft here. Oh, don't tell me the pair input is a. It is. It's a private. Damn it. Why would. This bothers me to no end. What I'm looking at is this. Matches is fine. We can do matches. Get output size. See, pair input is private. So is get output size. Sealed hours. I could actually call that. So one option I have is to take the input slots, which is one item and one fluid. So I would have to iterate through all the item slots and remove 3 of them. So I could only ever pass into 2 slots, period. But I could take those slots, clone them, pass them in, and what I get out the other end, just push into the output. Right? That's one option I could do. And that would just go through all of this, assuming the input slots, it would just override the input slots. And then when I got back to my function, it would just, instead of being input, it would just flip those over to the output. I would just take whatever I get back and then increment the output based on what I get back. But the problem with this is, yeah, there's a big problem with this. Because it's going to decrement the fluid amount. Like a leather recipe, it's going to remove fluid. Yeah, I just don't think. Damn it. I was really hoping not to have to copy and paste, blatantly copy and paste this. But because he made these private, I have no way of passing in to get the paired input at all. I have no way of getting that data out. Matches only returns the stack size of what I get. If I look in the barrel block entity, recipe.matches, where's Every 3 seconds, it does a check. Try craft now. Passes in the ingredients. If it's valid, it marks it dirty. Sealed equals false. Basically, this is what detects and finishes the craft. If current recipe equals null, then it's not sealed, obviously. But if current recipe is valid, then it's trying to craft. If this is true, that means it's finished. That means the inventory is changed. Go ahead and update it and unseal it. That's what finishes the craft. So, and that only occurs every 3 seconds. I don't know why. I don't know why it's every 3 seconds. Honestly, yes, the seal hours, it's hours in the game, but 3 seconds. Like why he picked 3 seconds? I don't know. Why not 4? Why not 5? Why not 2? Like I don't know why he got 3 seconds. Seal barrel. We're not caring about sealing. I think I just have to try craft barrel recipe. I'm just gonna have to iterate through the recipe itself. So barrel recipe obviously has an ingredients and an output. I don't care about seal hours. I just care about the ingredients, which is an array, and the output. So remember, this is just one iteration. So and if we're in here, we already know that we're finishing the craft. Like we've applied the power, and we're going to finish the craft. So we need to then find the input ingredient and the fluid ingredient if they exist, which is basically the paired matching. I still think I need the pair input. I think I need that function. Because it's just the easiest way. Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to do public list key value pair of item slot and barrel recipe ingredient. Barrel recipe ingredient, barrel pair input. And we're going to do in slot input stacks. Stop. Sometimes you just don't want to be recommended me in ingredients or recommended me line. So basically, yeah, all of this code, and I hate doing this. I really, really hate doing this, but there's literally, it's a private function, so I cannot use the base game function. I would love to be able to do that, but I can't. So list barrel recipe ingredient list equals new list barrel recipe ingredient barrel recipe dot ingredients. Okay. That takes care of that. And then input slots, blah, 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 blah. This.ingredients. Instead of this, it's going to be barrel recipe. Okay. This is a queue. Dun, dun, dun. Barrel recipe ingredient. So when I call this, the easiest way to do this would be customize an input slots and make like barrel input slots, right? Because remember, it's one fluid, one item. And that's what this is expecting to match. Barrel paired input. So then we do try craft, which is what this is. Okay. Then this is going to pair that input. So if we go up here, essentially what we want, public item slot, barrel input slots, get list item slot slots t temp slots equals new list item slots for int x equals 0, x is less than 4, x plus plus, if inventory of x dot empty temp slots dot add inventory of x break. What this basically will do is iterate through the 4 input slots, and the very first one it finds that's not empty, it will add it to the list and then break out, because if there's more than one of those, it's not a valid barrel recipe. And then do the same thing for int x equals 4, the x is less than 6, x plus plus. So 0 to 3, and then 4 and 5, right? 4 and 5. These are the fluid slots. If not inventory of x dot empty temp slots dot add. God, stop doing that. Inventory of x. Sometimes it's way the hell off. as item slot liquid only. Okay. So these are the two liquids. So basically, when I get out of this, return temp slots.toArray. When I get done out of this, it should have one item slot, one fluid slot only. And if there's any more items in there, like, not 100% sure what to do about that, but that'll be a logic problem for a little bit later. But the very first item slot finds, add it to the temp slots, and the very first fluid item it finds, add that, and then return it. Now, if it gets all the way to the end here, if temp slots.count equals 0, actually, if it's less than 2, which means there's only one thing added to that, return null. I have to have at least 2, and only 2. Actually, let's do does not equal. That's even better. If we get through this, and there's 0 or 1, or for some reason 3, or anything other than 2 items in this slot list, return null, meaning don't even return it. I don't even want it. Otherwise, return the array. So because we return null, anytime we use this, we have to make sure we detect whether it's null. So yeah, barrel input slots. This is a crazy way of doing it, but I think it's the best way of doing it. We're just going to check the first item and first fluid that we have available. Now, if there's 2 fluids in there, and it'll look at the first one and be like, oh, this has fluid, add that to the list, return it. So if there's 2, it'll still return, but it won't look at the second barrel. It won't look at the second tank at all. Okay. Now, so we have this. Remember, we don't care about quantity. That's not where it's just one iteration of the recipe. So try craft barrel recipe. A lot of this is going to be the same. I have the ingredient list and I have the output list. Well, how do I manage this? First, let's get that matched. Let's get this match set. God damn it. How many times have I typed this now? And it still hasn't picked up. The fact that I've done this so many times. Equals barrel paired input. Barrel input slots. So this is going to match these two. So if you have a lot of garbage in the mixer, it's not going to match a barrel recipe. You have to be very, very specific about what you put in there. Otherwise, it won't work. So we're passing in the barrel input slots and we're matching that based on the recipe, the current recipe, current barrel recipe. So getting that back is going to be a lot of the same code here. Okay. Should be in liquid slot. Div stack. I should actually be able to call that. Yeah, that is a public barrel recipe. Okay, so that's fine. Outputs of 0. Okay, so there is no secondary output with this. That's one big change. So this could... Let's main output. Barrel recipe dot output. Okay. That's the output. The stack size is already set by resolved item stack. That's already set. I don't need to then multiply it by a stack size because we're only ever crafting one iteration. We're going to ignore the transitionable props right now, and then we're going to get back in here. There's the matched value. Let's see. Remain stack. Item stack. Remain stack. No. I think I could use this here. Okay. So this can more directly relate to the vanilla because I'm only ever dealing with one stack. So remain stack equals val dot key dot item stack. So that is the input slot. That's that item. Then remain stack dot stack size minus equals val dot value dot consume quantity dot value, and then there's this times here, and then this times it by main output dot stack size divided by barrel recipe dot output dot stack size. I'm not 100% sure why that exists, but it is what it is. And then if remain stack dot stack size is less than or equal to 0. What the hell? If again. Why? Remain stack equals null. Break. Okay. Don't need the else. Break. Only run it once. Which is interesting. Okay. And then, ooh, this is all sorts of messy in here. Let's just not do that. Not do that. If barrel recipe dot should be in liquid slot. Main output. Inventory of 7 dot try put into. I don't like that this. I really wish there was a try. Like, I wish there was item slot, item stack interactions that didn't require another item slot, but actually required item stacks. Right? I could spin up another slot, put the item in there, and then do it, but it's like I already have the item stack, right? Why can't I interact with that, with the stack? It requires the slot. It requires a slot, but I don't want the slot. Should be in liquid slot dot okay. Should be in liquid slot. If inventory of 7 dot empty, then inventory of 7 dot item stack equals mixed. Okay. Mixed stack. That's main output. And then the remaining stack I hate how this says mixed stack. Mixed stack is the output resolved else inventory set dot item stack dot stack size plus equals main output dot stack size. And then the remaining stack gets set that's the input slot. Right? So what I'm looking at, just so you guys know, I'm looking at this block of code right here. This is what I'm looking at. And these switch, the remain stack and mix stack are the same order, but the order flips of the slots. So it's kind of like my brain is like, it wants those to be flipped, but because remain stack and mix stack are in the same order, but the different slots are in a different order. It's just, my brain just has a problem. So the two different stacks here, remain stack and mixed stack. Mixed stack is just your output. That's your main output. So in the vanilla version, this main output is just named mixed stack. So the mixed stack, which is main output, if it's liquid, then set this to equal, and then the remaining stack is the input here. And that could be null. So So this then would be valkey.item stack would be barrel input slots of 0 dot item stack equals remaining stack. Right? Because I'm not carrying over the crafted item. I'm carrying over the fluid to the output, but not the item. The item gets decremented and it gets set, right? Stack size gets decremented by how much we consume. I think. Remain stack. I'm not comfortable with this though. Barrel input slots dot item stack. Is there any craft for barrel that is only fluid? I don't think so. There has to be an item with the barrel.
Yes, actually. Converting juice to wine.
Oh shit. Damn it. I
screw everything up.
know. Let's see. Where is... I think that is actually not a craft. That is a transitionable prop. So if we look at... not a recipe... item types, liquid... juice... raw juice... juice portion. These are watertight container prompts. Drop contents, juice portion. Yeah. Okay. So raw juice. And then juice portion. Oh, that is this. It's weird. Usually your JSON is named the same as the code, but this is one of those exceptions, I guess. Where is wine? Alcohol. Where in the world is that? God, do you think it would be in raw juice? Where the heck is the transitionable props? Does anybody know where those are? Transitionable prompts. We look at this. We try to craft now. What I'm looking for is set, let's see, transitionable properties. Get to transitionable properties. Okay, transitionable props. Where are these set? Analyze, assigned by. Read block type packet. Create block, create item. Okay, where is this read off of disk? Stop. There's one area that is very ambiguous because it just loads everything off of disk. It just can automatically set all of these values. Assigned by. Read block, create block. Create item. Yeah. It's like, this is set to this, but what sets this? Like, what sets this? It's a JSON property. I know that. But what sets it? Do you seal to create the wine from juice? Do you seal it?
Yep.
Okay, let's look at recipes then. It might be under recipes. Barrel. There's not a wine. Leather, lime water, mortar. Pulp, slack, soaked. Tannin. I have no idea where that is. Cheese making? It's not under there. Dye? I doubt it's in there.
Weird.
Where the heck is that set?
I'm trying to do a search.
Transitionable props. Mushroom, bell pepper, fruit. Fruit is not the fluid, though. Wow, look at all the... That is a lot of snowball. Why are there so many snowball variants?
One for each rock type.
Yeah, that's crazy. Bamboo, bread, bushmeat, butter, cheese, dough, egg, fish, fruit. But fruit is not fruit juice. Cider.
Cider is another type of alcohol.
Transitionable props. Ooh, look at that ratio. Yotes. Jam, honey portion, transitionable props. See, this was what I was looking for in the fruit juice. Raw juice. How did I miss juice portion? How did I miss this? Raw juice, juice portion. I guess I was looking in attributes, but it's way down here, and I thought these were just all the transforms. It was in here. My brain just didn't see it. YouTube blindness is a thing. So transitionable props, this is what that call in the barrel recipe it's looking for. It's looking for these transitionable props. And I'm not intending the mixer to be making like wine and stuff. This is not the intention of the mixer, which is why I'm ignoring transitionable props, because it's just I'm not going to mess with that. We're going to have a separate thing for like distillation and stuff. Plus, literally just putting it in a barrel and sealing it is how you create stuff like that. You know, you make the wine and you put it in a barrel, literally put it in a barrel and seal it. That's how wine is made. So I don't need a mixer to do that because it's not a barrel. You don't put wine in a mixer to make wine. You just so transitionable props into rot. So juice portion. So what is the process of making wine itself? You just squeeze the fruit, and then you just put the buckets of fruit into a barrel, and that's it.
Yep. And then seal it. Yep.
And then time. And then what do you get when you take that fruit and you put it through distillation? What do you get out of that?
The fruit juice, you get wine.
But I thought you got wine by sealing it in a barrel.
Or sorry,
where does the distillation thing?
Second tier.
What do you like?
Yeah, let me find the.
Trying to figure out where that distillation thing comes in because there's no recipe set for distillation. Okay.
Okay. Wine turns into brandy.
Brandy. Okay.
Yep.
And
there's a lot of things like cider turns into brandy also, but then there's like ales, they turn into whiskeys.
God, I'm not seeing that at all here. Where is that coming from? It's not alcohol portion. Yeah, there's no brandy type.
Strange.
Now it's time for a rabbit hole. Where is the distillation thing? Distillation props. Okay, so there's a distillation props somewhere. If we look at... Yeah, see, we don't have a wine portion. Wine transitionable to rot. Do we have... Is it a mod that adds wine? I don't think we...
Nope, base game.
Where the hell is that set? There's no wine portion. There's vinegar portion.
Vinegar? I didn't even know that was in base game.
Yeah, vinegar. Okay, let's do a search. For wine. Ah, that's funny. I see no reference to wine. Sewing kit, sieve, twine, wood bucket. The word wine doesn't even appear.
Weird.
Fermenting, alcohol, brewing and distilling alcohol. Okay. There it is.
You got it?
They are classified as a cider portion. They're variants of cider. Okay. So if we look at cider portion, cider, there it is. Cider portion. Okay. There it is. Distillation prompts by type. Mead, spelt, rice, rye, amaranth, cassava. Cassava does spirit portion. Interesting. Spirit must be. This must be the brandy, is the spirit.
Sounds right.
So cider, yeah, is mead plus the fruit. Transitionable props to rot, yep. Okay. Distillation prompts by type. Ratio. So this is where your distiller. Okay, so that mystery. Jesus. So what if you look at juice, raw juice, transitionable prompts does not. There is no recipe in there for that. So where would the recipe barrel? Cider. There it is. It's not under juice, it's under cider.
Oof.
And there it is. Ingredient, honey, like juice portion dash star gives you cider portion dash fruit. Okay.
I guess I should have listed them all off because yeah, there's ciders, there's mead, which is distilled honey or
Yep.
Fermented honey.
Honey portion is cider portion dash mead. And there's dash spelt, dash rice, dash rye, dash amaranth, dash cassava. So the wine is 1-to-1. Mead is 1-to-1. But the spelt, rice, the grain ones
Grains. Yeah.
were rough.
They are brutal.
Yeah.
Mead is pretty bad too.
Mead looks like it's 1-to-1. 0.1 equals 0.1. Honey portion to cider portion mead is 1-to-1.
Oh, I'm thinking distilled meat, I bet. Yeah,
Yeah, distilling is. Yeah, the distilled props are
a whole
probably
different animal.
probably tough. That is Seal Hours. That is a barrel recipe. So the problem with this is, as is, this recipe would be valid in the mixer. It would take the Seal Hours, and if I look at the mixer, you can see the default multiplier is 2. So I would take 168, multiply that by 2, and that would be how much power this recipe would take. But it would be valid. So the issue here now is reducing the ingredient. And again, this recipe, Seal Hours, the times this by 2 would be how much power it would use for 0.1 iterations of liters. Very minuscule amount would be a crap ton of power. To do like a whole bucket, which would be 10 liters, which would be 10, 100, would be 1,000 iterations of this recipe. That is insane. I don't think the Seal Hours changes. I don't think the Seal Hours changes depending on how much you put in. I think if it's 50 liters or if it's 1 liter, it's the same number of hours to seal it. I don't know. Does that make sense, Oz? Like, if you have a full barrel of wine and you seal it, does it take the same amount of time if the barrel was half full?
Yeah, yep. Always the same amount of time.
So what I could do is multiply the power required times the input amount, or a ratio of the input amount to 50, because a barrel is 50 liters. So 50 liters, if we have this recipe as 0.01 liters, which is crazy, that would be 50 divided by 0.01. That's 5,000 5,000 iterations of this recipe for one full tank.
Oof.
Now, if each one of those iterations was 336 power times 5,000, that's a little much. I don't know. What does everybody think I should do here? Should I just ignore like if something has transitionable props, I just ignore it completely? Or if something has only one ingredient, should I ignore it completely? Because one ingredient means, like, one ingredient to me doesn't make any sense. For the base game barrel, sure, one ingredient is you're sealing it. It's treating it like a barrel, like you would put alcohol in a barrel. That makes sense. But the mixer, you're literally mixing things. That the whole point of the mixer is you're mixing things. So having only one ingredient doesn't make any sense. So if I ignore any barrel recipe with only one ingredient, that would solve the problem. That would solve one of my problems.
You're probably going to cringe when I mention this, but would it be a better idea to have a separate machine? for things that basically take time. Like significant amounts of time. Things like tanning and stuff like that.
Well, tanning
'Cause-
requires more than one ingredient.
Right.
My intention is to make tanning possible with the mixer. I mean, the alternate way of doing this is ignoring barrel recipes entirely. It's just saying, hey, only look at mixer recipes and only ever account for mixer recipes. Anything having to do with the barrel, like if you wanted to transfer something to the mixer, you would have to build a recipe for it. A recipe that makes sense. For me, that would be the easiest way to do it, because I could strip all of the barrel references out of the mixer. And the mixer would only ever look at mixer recipes, which I know would have to be validated and resolved and verified. And then the barrel, like if you wanted to make leather with the mixer, you would have to set up custom recipes for the mixer. And the barrel recipe would be independent. My initial instinct to include the barrel recipe with the mixer was just because the LV tier of machines, my intention is LV tier kind of covers the base game crafting mechanics, which is why I wanted to include barrel recipe support. But it makes sense with the seal hour function that it takes time. Anything dealing with the barrel takes, or a lot of those recipes take a lot of time. The recipes that are instantaneous are the easiest. Like those are so easy because you just put a bunch of stuff in there and you add whatever you need and it just instantly crafts like lime water. It's just instant. To support that with the mixer would be a pretty simple set of recipes. So my big question is now, should I keep the barrel recipes independent and not support those at all and just have custom recipes for the mixer? That
I think that might be best, because then you can just add the base game, similar to the base game recipes. One for leather, for example, that's just little time.
right, and the time is based on how much power it uses. So there's a balancing on time there. But it makes sense that there are certain recipes that like you can't get around the time requirement, because some stuff just takes time, like compost, right? You're not going to be able to instantly make compost. It would make sense to just instantly make compost. So that would simplify dramatically the barrel aspect of this, because I wouldn't have to mess with it at all.
Yeah.
So, because I've spent now like 3 hours trying to figure out how to manage the barrel side of this, and if I just clear it all, and then we can come up here.
It'd be nice to include things, but at the same time, if it makes your life more difficult, what good is it doing?
These input slots still have to do it. Barrel recipe, what I can do is I can remove this, and that will tell me everywhere that it's listed. So if this, okay. As room and output, I don't think it matters. Doesn't matter what I'm doing there. This, I'll deal with this in a second. On SimTick, okay. Current recipe does not equal null. Try craft now. This else can be removed. If not, find matching recipe, state change. Here's where somebody earlier said, oh, why don't you use enums? I use enums when it comes to the machine state. Machine state sleeping, recipe power, mark dirty, blah, blah, blah. Keep it on going. State change is fine. Barrel recipe, take this away. Take that away. I have an error here. Oh, there it is. And I think one more down here. I can go to the GUI. Take the reference to the barrel recipe out. Take this out. And then take this out. And this out. And that conforms it a lot better to all my other machines. There are, the CNC is an exception because that's just a clay former right now, so that just does all the clay forming. I should get rid of this recipe CNC. I can get rid of that. CNC will not have its own recipe. It's going to be a very, very different system.
For shame.
Yeah. The crafting system for that is going to be proprietary. Okay, draw tank. That's code I have to put in there yet, but let's finish this up. Now, find matching recipe is, of all of my machines, if you look at all my machines, the find matching recipe function is by far the most important. It is the core of the system. It's what turns the machine off. It's what it just manages everything. So this is where that API equals null. This is remember that issue I worked on last week for so long. Because when you load a world, when you spin up your world, it actually loads the world and starts ticking it so early that it actually calls this, right? The server sends the data to the client before the API is even loaded. It's really weird the order that it does things in. So I only want to run this when I have access to the API, which means everything's been initialized. Okay. So if input slot.empty, I actually need I need to detect so there's one thing, if all inputs are empty. So for each item slot, no, not sling. I've literally never wrote in sling. For some reason, Visual Studio still hasn't figured that out. Slot in input slots. Bool no input equals false. If okay, how do I want to do this? Literally, I think I want to and equal. I think it's and. Is it and or? my boolean like is a little rusty. If not slot dot empty, no input. I essentially want one boolean, and I think I want to and equal it. If slot dot empty, no input, and equal false. I think. Is this right, everybody? Anybody
Let me try and zero in on it.
Anybody good at Boolean? Basically, I want a Boolean, and if any slot has something in it, I want this to be false. Right? But as slots are empty, in the input slots, remember there's 6 slots. So it's going to iterate through this 6 times. If slot.empty, no input, and equals false.
Okay.
I might need this to be true.
One issue is as you're looping through there, you're doing no input, and ampersand equals, is that what does that actually mean?
That
Not
and equals is the same as doing no input equals no input and true. That's this no input equals no input and true is the same as no input and equals true. It's just a shorthand way of doing it. And is a Boolean object, right? It's and or XOR, it's Boolean, so it's taking this value and anding it to true, which tells me that if any of these are true, when it gets to the end of this, if this is true, right, that means all of the inputs are empty. That's essentially what I want this to be.
Okay.
So I set it to false up here, and then if a slot is empty, it sets it and equal to true, which means false and true, which would be false.
Yeah. So really you should start it at no input is true at the beginning. So then you're doing and equals true again. That way if any of them are false.
Like slot.empty means this is empty, so that's true and true, which is true. And the next one it comes on, true and true equals true. But if the next one is false, if slot.empty is false, I need my brain. It's just, why can't I think of this? This is like the easiest damn thing in the world.
Yeah, so
if slot.empty is false, meaning there's something in it, no input equals false. Literally false. Not and equals false, equals false. Right? And so the next time it comes through, it looks at the very next slot, and now no input is false. So now false and equals true will be false. So it won't set it to true again. Because it's I think this works, right? I think it works.
And actually you wouldn't even need the and equals. Because the only time that'll trigger is if one of them is empty.
I need the and equals because it's the very next slot, right? If we have one slot that is not empty, that means no input equals false, right? That means there's something that's there. If the very next slot is empty, if I didn't have the and equals here, if I just had the equals, then it would flip the no equal back to true, which is wrong because one of them had something in it. But anding equals makes it so that false and equals true equals false. It won't, once it's set to false once, it won't flip it back. And that's what I want. I want, if any of the inputs have something in it, I do not want this to equal true because it's not true. No input means I don't have any inputs. Now I could individualize this and just have a long string that is if input slots of 0.empty and input slot .1.empty and input slot .2.empty, and had this super long if statement. But this is just a fast way to do that. So this now, if no input means we have no input, that means everything is empty, which means current recipe equals null. These are is crafting false. We go back to sleep and we return false, which means we found no matching recipe. Now, down here is where we have to detect which recipe we have. So if any of the inputs have something in them, then we need to call matches. Right? So now we have to grab list of recipe mixer m recipes equals, how did I do this? My brain. Look at the extruder, because why not? Find matching recipe. This is what I'm looking at right here. API.modloader.getModSystem VE registry recipe registry system dot mixer recipes. So this grabs all the mixer recipes, and again, this is what happens when you do grid recipes. I mean, any time you're iterating through recipes, it literally looks at every possible recipe. So just be aware, it's gnarly. The more items and recipes you have, the longer this process takes, which is why I have individual recipe systems, right? So I minimize the list of recipes I'm actually iterating through. I'm not just dumping all of my recipes into one giant vat and then iterating through the one vat for all the recipe types. That would be stupid. Okay, so then we just iterate through, right? And if m recipes equals null, return false, means we don't have any recipes to go through. All right, and then we need to do a for each. There it is. For each mixer, recipe mixer. M recipe and M recipes. Yeah, it's basically this. If mRecipe.enabled matches, I don't have a requires slot, input slots, okay? So this will call the matches on the recipe. But it's not trying to match to every recipe. It's looking at each individual recipe and seeing if it matches. And it's passing in all the inputs to check to match up all the inputs in whatever order that you put them in. If it finds a match, then it sets the current recipe, sets to craft, turns the machine on, and returns true. If it gets through all of this and never finds a recipe, there's no match, then it just basically turns it off, resets recipe power applied, says, I don't have a recipe, I'm not applying any power to it, goes to sleep and returns it. Return false means we didn't find one. So this little bank right here is really essentially all that really changes in between different machines, because it's, each machine looks at its own little recipe set. But this little process is actually iterating through every single recipe and finding and checking to see if there's a match. And so if we look in this, you can see it pairs up the inputs. If matched equals null, then false. We didn't find a match. If we did, then we found a match. And this recipe is valid, right? Whatever recipe we're looking at is the valid recipe, which is why I set it here. Do I want to clone it? I don't think so. I don't think I want to clone it. Okay. And just like that, we don't have any more red warnings here. If we look at error list, we don't have any errors in here. And we have, believe it or not, a couple recipe types to compare against. We don't have any advanced ones yet. That will eventually happen, but keep the circle small in order to be able to debug the best way possible. Okay, so now we got to finish this draw tank, and this, yeah. Anytime you do like rendering, or whatever, it's just. Why is this okay? Collectible. Trying to get back to barrel recipe. Barrel. Oh yeah, didn't I bookmark it? I did. Okay, GUI barrel recipe. It's called the fullness meter, and it is a nasty bit of code. All right, I've got to customize this because I have 3 different tanks. And I call this depending on which tank 1, tank 2, or output. So it's very, very different. And this is what I'm looking at here, right? Your fullness meter. This is what I have to take what's in here and customize it in order to, draw each individual thing. And of course, the cat is like, oh, pay attention to me. I've been asleep on the couch this whole time, but now I want something.
Because cat.
Okay, so I did the first liquid slot inventory slot. So the inventory is actually like it's passed in from block entity. When you initialize on selection changed. Oh yeah, this doesn't. That was carry over. Where is it? There it is. Inventory. So you pass in the inventory, which yeah, I hear the purrs. I do. I hear them. They're cute and fuzzy. And I just stopped itching my nose, which is why she's come away.
Yup.
What time is it? I lose track. Oh, it's almost. Okay, so this Yeah, it gets passed in the inventory. Inventory base is just the generic one, but it is my mixer tank recipe, so it's good to go. Skins, riches. Okay. Back down here. All right. So, if there's nothing in the liquid slot, then don't draw it at all. Is why bother. I've already got the block entity. I don't need that. Get block entity. I don't care. Okay, let's just quote items per liter. Capacity. You're not going to get pet all the time. You should know that. Two whole neurons in her head just can't comprehend. Capacity. Not sure what that does, but what basically deciding what I'm trying to figure out is like how much to draw based on the capacity. But I set all my capacities to 50, so it really doesn't matter. But it's best to do stuff like this, and just in case you go back and increase the capacity for some reason. Fullness relative. Oh my god. Come on. Stack size divided by items per liter divided by capacity. Jesus, what is that doing? My brain. Ugh. Yeah, this is why the drawing and rendering stuff, I'm just like, I have no idea. I can't visualize it. I never developed a way to take all these little steps and in my mind sort of modify whatever I'm doing to try to figure out what effect it has. Some people are very good at that. I am not. Okay, 1 minus. So that's your offset. So that's offsetting it. That's offsetting it down. Jesus Christ. CTX is actually a variable. But no, it's like, oh, you want to do rectangle. Inner width. I don't know how it determined that. And it's offline. That's drawing the rectangle. Thing. Now we need to know. Yeah. Context.rectangle. That's creating the rectangle. Now we need to know what texture to use. Oh God, what is this line of code doing? Jesus. Composite texture equals props unequal. Jesus Christ. Visual Studio, I swear to God. Props. No. Jesus Christ. Does not equal. No. Question mark. Props. Texture. That is an insane line of code right there. It's setting the composite texture equal to either the water props texture or no. And then it's comparing it equals to null. So it's setting it to null and then comparing it. So if it's null, yeah. I hear the bird still going. Yeah. So oh my God, here we go again. The texture. No. Why is this? It was using the wrong JSON object type. Because there's now a system, a .NET system object called JSON object. So it just assumed that I was using that one and not the base, not the game's version. Okay. So coming out of here, not sure why that exists. I could probably do that. Again, I have no idea what any of this code does. Huh. So, I mean, I can guess. I can guess at what this code does. I can certainly guess. So, this is creating the rectangle. It's basically the context. So, the context is like, it's like an abstract thing. Context.rectangle with the bounds. You know, I'm passing in the bounds, basically the bounds of each one of those insets, each one of those things, because there is the dynamic custom draw, right? I'm passing in the fluid, basically I think it's, how big is that? If I remember right. It is 40 by 200. That's the base. That's just how big. It's how big the barrel version was. So I just made mine the same because I don't want to mess with something that works. So it looks, the context is like the window, and then the element bounds is exactly like what you're drawing. So I'm taking a rectangle and I'm offsetting it 0 and then Y. So I'm offsetting it down, and then I'm drawing the height. So this is essentially what it looks like it's doing, is actually it's offsetting it how full it is. So full would be all the way up, which would be offset of Y would be 0, right? That would be full. The fullness relative would be 1 minus, and then this value would be 1. And that's what it looks like. Stacked size divided by items per liter. Okay, that gives you liter capacity and then divided by capacity. So like stack size is 5,000 divided by 100 is 50. That is the capacity of the slot capacity liters. So 50 divided by 50 equals 1. 1 minus 1 equals 0. Inner height, offset Y would equal 0. 0 times that would equal 0, which would offset at 0, which would draw the full thing. So that's what draws the texture. That's what sets the texture. The rectangle. How much of it you're going to draw. And then the rest of this is just grabbing the texture. Like, which texture do we use? So this, if the texture is set in the props, if we look at the item fluid props in the watertight containable props texture. So that is what this is pulling, is this value. If it doesn't exist, then look for in container texture in the attributes, which is this. Is there anything in container texture? Yes. In container texture. Doesn't look like okay, so the problem with this now I don't know if there's any fluid. Oh, no, there is. Milk portion has in container texture, as well as this. So that beeswax, compost, honeycomb. Interesting that only the milk has an in container texture, but which is fine. It's the same texture. But it should grab this one first. The water props, watertight props. That's what it grabs first. The dot texture there. If that doesn't exist, then grab in container texture. But if that doesn't exist, we're not drawing it anyway, right? Composite texture is not equal null. So if it's still null by the time it gets out here, that means there's no texture set anywhere. So don't draw anything, because bad things happen when you try to access null variables. It's just bad. So don't do that. And then this context.save, it saves whatever context is active. Basically, like, is a backup. Like, it creates a save point. The matrix math, I remember vaguely when I was in my linear algebra class in college. Everything is matrix math with engines. So this is just scaling x and y by the scaled value. It looks like it's scaling up. So it's taking that texture and scaling it up 3 times bigger than it usually is. Setting the matrix back to the context, which basically applies the factor, grabs the composite texture, appends the PNG, loads that. So this is a good example of how to dynamically change the textures of stuff. And then GUI element.fill with pattern takes the rectangle we put up here with that context, and it fills the context with the asset location nearest scaling filer preserve alpha scale, and then the restores context back to what it was when it was up here, right? If you don't do this, the game really has a bad time. It really does not like it when you don't restore the context. So I actually made that mistake once, and it foobarred a lot of things. The game just crashed hard. So that draws that texture. And it does so, to each one of these tanks. And every time it draws, it does this one, then this one, then this one. So this is a lot of code to run every time it redraws the UI, which is quite often. But there's no other way to draw it. And I tried to be optimal by creating one block that's been called by each one. And it just grabs the different slot number of the inventory. So hopefully that'll work. That was the last main thing. Now the barrel block entity barrel. Not worried about slots yet. I didn't know you could get auto push into slot in the block entity. I thought that was in the inventory. I might have to look at that. Yeah, I was really surprised to see this in the block entity. Block entity liquid container. That's the base class. Yeah, get auto push into slot. That's where it comes from. Block entity container, I don't think has it. Yeah. So for some reason, the liquid container has it. I don't know why. Why does the liquid container have it, but none of the other ones do? And I don't have this base class as the base class for my block entity. My block entity base class is the electric BE, right here, which is block entity openable container, plus a bunch of my interfaces, but that's my base class. Block entity openable container. if I look for that in here, I don't know. There it is. Drop content. Yeah. So barrel wise, block barrel. Ooh. Yeah. I might. Allow held liquid transfer. What is that? Liquid container base. This probably is also the base class for the bucket. Because you can like drink from a bucket. So, yeah. So they use the same base block class for the bucket and the barrel. Holy, look at all of these. Jeez. I really want to know, like, how, if I have a bucket of fluid, how do I put it in the mixer? Like, what is that process? That's usually interaction with the block. Yeah, any mouse interactions. Yeah, on block interact start. So in order to get fluid into the mixer, I'm gonna have to either derive my block from this block liquid container base. Yeah, that's almost 100% what I'm thinking I'm gonna need. Because this also draws get content texture. This also draws what's in there. And if I want to do that eventually, which I mean that's a good thing to support, is you have the basin to draw the fluid that's in it. So eventually I want to do that. Try put liquid. Yep. So I am going to need a custom block type for my mixer. I've been using almost all of my machines, all but one, use the same block type, which is where is it? Electric block right there. How am I gonna? Oh man, I don't know how I'm gonna do this. Because you can't inherit from more than one. You can't inherit from more than one block. My wired block is the base catenary block. This is what supports all of the wire node connections. Then I have the electric block, which is a specialized type of wired block for power, right, for all my machines. And then I have the generator is a special block from that. So what I would have to do is create another block type, derive it from electric block, and then basically implement iLiquid source, iLiquid interface, iLiquid sync. Block container. iLiquid source, takeout, try take content. iLiquid interface. That's going to be hard because it's assuming that there's only one tank. This is a big assumption right here. It's assuming there's only one tank. Or at least one fluid type. Period. In the input. I mean, it makes sort of sense. It does. Because even if you have one tank and you're putting multiple fluids in there, they're mixing in the tank, right? In the real world, you take water and you take milk and you put it into one tank. It's going to mix to be something disgusting, but it's going to mix. In the game, it doesn't really work like that. It's not mixing like that. I mean, if you even imagine like the old Tinker's construct, when you have a tank, when you have the smeltery and you had multiple types of basically fluid metal, the mixing of those wasn't instant either. It took a while to alloy the metals in a thing. So in that instance, there was one tank, but there were multiple types. I don't know what sort of data structure they used for that, but it was definitely a custom data structure. So I would either have to completely scrap a chunk of what I'm doing here and have a custom item slot, right? So you have the item slot liquid only. Right? Which is one capacity liters. And that's fine. Capacity liters. How much is in there? But the slot would have to then break apart into all of the things that was inside of it. Which would require essentially a sub-inventory. It would be a really, really custom type of slot. Right? It would be a liquid slot, but you would have a variety of items and quantities in that one slot. That would be a lot of infrastructure. Because you'd have to track it all. You'd have to make sure that if you add up all of your quantities of all of the things inside, it doesn't exceed the capacity. Like, there's a whole lot. And when you're doing a recipe, the recipe would have to be able to check not just the slot, but also all of the sub ingredients inside. I just don't see that as possible. So, what does the bucket interact with? Block bucket. Do place block followed by try place. Okay, so that's just, I think that's placing it on the ground. Target position, yeah. So my instinct then tells me that the container, the block on held. No, I don't think. Allow held. This is transferring it from the block. I want to transfer to the block. Try put liquid. This is gonna be tough. Yeah, because there's a lot of file. Look at all of these, like, crazy. Unheld interact start. This is when you're holding it and interacting with it. When you right click the barrel, block entity liquid container, not a block entity, the block barrel. Somewhere in here is a damn barrel. Block barrel. Block selection up. If barrel.sealed, return true. This doesn't make any sense. This is essentially block entity barrel on player right click. This is what opens and closes the inventory, and it also finds matching recipe. So you see where I got that idea, find matching recipe. On player right click is the block entity, but this is not. This is opening and closing the UI. That's really all that does. Again, I'm trying to find when you have a bucket in your hand and you right click block bucket, block liquid container top open. What the hell? Why do you need that? Yeah. There is a little bit of excessive code in this game over the years. They've just block liquid container top opened. What the hell? Why do you need that special block type? I don't understand it. Like, there's no why. Why need that? Yeah, it can render stuff inside, but the barrel is opened as well, right? Why isn't the barrel using that? Why is it just the bucket? They're both blocks. Block bucket. So is there a block entity bucket? Yes. On, there is no block entity liquid container. Block entity bucket. What gets called when you right click a bucket onto a barrel? is one of the hardest things in the API to figure out, because there are so many layers that of the onion that you have to peel back. Like, is it in this? Is it in this? Block entity container. No. Block entity is like the base of everything. Okay. So it's definitely not in the entity side of the blocks. I think it's definitely in the block side. Block bucket is block top opened, block liquid container base, which is enormously long. Okay. Get. Unblock interact start. I think this has got to be it. This has got to be it. Okay, hotbar slot. Hotbar slot, blah, blah, blah. Attributes that is true. Handle liquid container interact. Is this in attributes anywhere? I've never seen this. Croc has it. Handle liquid container interact, true. Handle cooking container interact, true. Okay, so the croc is literally the only thing in the game that has that tag. Which we don't really care about because we're not going to be cooking in the mixer. At least, I don't have any plans to. You know, I leave it to another modder. Right now, I'm going to leave it to another modder to do all the kitchen-based stuff. If you want to handle all the kitchen stuff, by all means. Hotbar slot.empty. Wait. Unblock interact start. Are we interacting with this block, or are we interacting with something else using this block? Active hotbar slot. Hotbar slot. iLiquid interface. Turn base. Unblock interact start. If not this, then so that means if we come down here, we are a liquid interface. Shift, control, single take, single put. iLiquid source. So it's good that they're using the interface. There are a few places in code that they don't actually use the interface, which really sucks. I did ask Tyrone about that, so hopefully they fix that. So yeah, the liquid interface, the liquid sync, looks like those are what we're going to need to implement. At least we have that. So liquid interface, liquid sync. And we're just going to have to manage which tank things go in or come out of. You know, if the bucket is empty, I don't know. Like, instinct tells me if the bucket is empty, look in the output first, and then look at the input tanks to see if you want to empty the input tanks. But the output tanks should be the priority to empty. But putting stuff in, we'll look at the contents of the bucket. I'm fairly sure that we can do this. Liquid source, liquid interface, liquid sync. Yeah, we're going to have to do all of that. liquid sync, that's fine. And then liquid source, I'm not sure. Try take content. Container stack. Try take content. Okay. Stack.clone. Get content. Container stack. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of repeating code here, but I have to implement the interfaces because I already have a base class. My wired block or my electric block has to be my base class. Everything else, all the other functionality has to be via interfaces. So basically blocks add class block mixer what was that? Jesus. Adding that because I know I'm probably going to move some JSON around, so right. So yeah, this it's going to be a minimal amount of stuff because it's going to be a minimum amount. But let's do some basic stuff in here. Block mixer. Always want the Cappy and Sappy in there. Even if I don't ever use it, it's just nice to know that it's like, yeah, let's have that in there. And then I'll worry about all that stuff later. This we want to implement. And this has to go on the top. Please, this on the top. And then this. Implement. Oh, pins it onto the bottom. Nice. And then this. Implement. I mean, yeah, they're all non-implemented exceptions. That's fine, but it is what it is. I just have to go through one at a time and fill these in. And then I want yeah, each one of these is going to have to be block positions. Yeah, I'm just going to have to go through the vanilla files and basically copy and paste. Allow held liquid transfer through capacity liters. I hate that they force you to do this, but 100 transfer size liters. Capacity liters from attributes. Interesting. Yeah, I could probably pull attributes from all of this. Transfer size, one liter at a time, I guess, is transfer size. And then the rest of these I'll just do off camera. It's just a lot of work. Going through and making sure all of these are implemented, and I'm, as close as possible to ensuring all this stuff is operational. It's just a lot of busy work, but now you can kind of see all the work that's involved in just getting one machine up and running. And I want to make sure that the mod, we register api.register block entity class BE mixer, type of BE mixer, and then register block class VE mixer type of block mixer. Then these are the codes here that you use in the JSON, right? These are the codes you use. So mixer has fluid. Mixer has fluids. What I really should do here is create another base class for fluids, because I'm going to have more blocks that use this. Like my creosote oven is going to create a fluid, creosote oil, or at least like a derivative, like a dirty oil, which then you have to distill. But it would be probably wise to create a base block with fluid, right? Create an electric block base class with fluids. And then the block mixer can use that or have its own. So going in here, adding a class, electric block with fluids. That would be the better way to do it, I think. And then going in here, cutting this, pasting this. Going in here. I may not need this after I do this. But I'm going to guess I am going to need to do it. And then we want to make sure these are virtual. And virtual just means I can override them in child classes if I have to. So all those are virtual, which means if I do eventually need to do stuff in here, I can override anything in here that I need. But these all still have to be implemented, obviously. So these everything in here, everything in the base class, well, at least these three are going to be not implemented. So you're going to have to, yeah, anything that uses fluids, you're going to have to make sure to set these. And there's going to be some variable ones in here as well. So these will just be like the base. But yeah, this is going to be a lot of work. A lot of work doing all of this. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of work. So, yeah, I won't be doing that on stream because that's just going to be a lot of busy copying and pasting work. But anyway, I think that's going to do it for the stream today, everybody. I want to thank you all for coming by. Please hit that like button if you enjoyed yourself or if you learned anything along the way. And yeah, I want to thank you all for coming by. And come back on Saturday where we're going to continue our multiplayer Dyson Sphere game. We have made lots of progress in that game. And so yeah, I'm enjoying it. It's a kind of a laid back sort of game, and I'm thoroughly enjoying it. So come back for that, and then next week whatever I'm working on. You know, I don't plan on what I'm working on Wednesday's stream. It's just whatever I'm happen to be working on that day. So anyway, thank you all for coming by, and see you on Saturday.